Hello everyone. My name is Havish Madhupati. In this 4-hour video, I'm going to help you take your PowerPoint skills to the next level. Whether you're in the corporate, where you're expected to create high quality slides on tight deadlines and present business insights, or you are a B school student and you're expected to work on projects, live projects, internships, and attempt a lot of competitions, this is the right video for you. A quick background. I'm the founder of Havish M Consulting, which is an analytics firm. I am a Harvard Data Science Online Certified, Microsoft Partner, Microsoft Certified Trainer, Office Specialist Master, and Power BI Certified. I was also a 40 under 40 in analytics, and I have won the Indian Achievers Award. Over my years of experience working in the corporate, in academia, and now as an analytics consultant, I have helped private organizations, PSUs, and consulting firms create high quality slides. I have worked with a wide variety of companies across various sectors, and my work has been featured in a bunch of different places, including magazines that are sold nationally and internationally. I also teach at various business schools, and I have had engagements with 16 of the IIMs and the top 8 IITs. And with these B schools, I do guest lectures, workshops, half credit courses, and I judge a lot of competitions as well. In this 4-hour video, I'm going to take you through various things on PowerPoint that are absolutely a must know. And this goes way beyond the basics. While I understand that everybody knows how to create a slide on PowerPoint, it is that X factor that we want. And the best way to learn that is to take inspiration from the people who create the best slides in the world, which are the professional services Big Four and the Big Three management consulting firms. In this video, I'm going to take you through the different versions of PowerPoint, how to save time by navigating, maneuvering, and using shortcuts, how to start with ready-made templates, those available inside PowerPoint and outside, working with shapes, a deep dive into color psychology and understanding how colors should and can be used effectively, process charts, working with images, icons, text, tables. I will also show you how you can use your own fonts and install them in PowerPoint. Creating dynamic slides by using MORPH animation and the zoom effect. Working with charts, working with audio and video, understanding how PowerPoint can export slides in different file formats, and finally, how to present the slides. There's a lot that I would be covering, and I would encourage you to take your time, because while a lot of these topics will seem very simple on face value, it does require a lot of patience and a lot of practice and a lot of nuance. So don't be in a hurry, don't cut corners, take all the time you want. PowerPoint is a skill that will help you for your entire corporate career. And the better you work on PowerPoint will always enable you to present your insights better to various stakeholders. I hope you have fun. All the very best. Hi, everyone. Let us look at the different versions of PowerPoint that we have. So broadly, we have the desktop and the online version. The online version will always be updated. So there is only one version that you have. But when you're working on desktop, there will be multiple versions that you have. And it is important to know which one you have with you, because certain features are only available on the recent versions that you have. To check which version of PowerPoint you are all working on, you can go to File and then select Account. On my system, you can see that I am working on Microsoft 365 for Business. Now yours might be 365 Personal or something else, but this is how you check which version you are working on. You can also see the version number that I currently have. So I'm working on 2202, build 14912, and I'm on the beta channel. So if you search for Microsoft 365, you will see that there are different options that are available. So one of them is for home, and there are two options that you have here. So we have 365 Personal. This is not a perpetual license, which means that it is like a subscription, similar to an Amazon Prime or a Netflix. And you have to pay $4,899 per year. The other option you have is 365 Family. That is going to be cheaper to you for $6,199. And then you can also share with 5 other people. So total 6 people can work on this. And when we look at business, if you're working in an organization, you already might have some version of Microsoft 365 online. But if you're purchasing it independently, let us say you're running your own venture, you can see we have different options here. So I have basic, business standard, business premium, and 365 apps for business. Do remember that GST is additional to the values that you see. I will not get into details. You know the website, you can go and have a look here. But the broad difference and the big difference is that 365 Business Basic, which is the really cheap one, will not give you the desktop version. So please keep that in mind. This will only give you the online version. So if you want to install Excel, PowerPoint, Word on your system, then you will need to get either 365 Business Standard or 365 Apps for Business. Here as well, a few differences are there. For example, in teamwork and communication, you can see Microsoft Teams is different between Business Standard and Apps for Business. But you can research this and see which one is suitable for you. Now, why is it important for you to work on the most recent version of PowerPoint? Let me give you an example. I'm creating a shape. I will right-click and duplicate the slide. And then finally, on the second slide, we select Transitions and Morph. And on the second slide, I will also position the shape in a different location. And you can see that when we go from the first to the second slide, you will see that we get this auto animation, which is actually a morph transition. It's a fantastic feature. And of course, we'll be covering this in detail in the course. But if you go online and you search for morph in PowerPoint, you will see that the compatibility differs very widely. So morph is available on 365 for both Windows and Mac, PowerPoint for the web. Then you have PowerPoint 2021 for Windows and Mac, PowerPoint 2019 for Windows and Mac, and a few mobile devices, but that's it. You don't have this on 16, 13, 2010. And if I scroll down, it is even more complex because all the versions do not support MORPH the same way. For example, in 365, I can create and play. The same thing I can do in 2019 as well. But 2016, I can only play the transition. I can't create it. And as you can see, for the older versions, you can play a fade transition instead of a morph transition. Now, to be honest, this is quite irritating because for a lot of these new features, you will have to check whether it exists or not. And it gets even more tricky when it exists, but partly. So it doesn't work the exact way you would expect it to work. So imagine you are creating a transition and you're sending the file to a client. There is no way for you to know which version of PowerPoint is the client working on. Unfortunately, that is how the market is right now. And this is true both for PowerPoint and on Excel. Even though most corporate clients are now shifting to Microsoft 365, I do work with a number of clients who are still working on older perpetual licenses. But the reason I'm spending so much time on this is to tell you to keep this in mind when you're working with any one of these new features, because you have to check for compatibility, which is backward compatibility. The last thing I want to show you is office.com. So that is where you can use Excel, PowerPoint, and Word online, similar to the Google Suite. So here I will select a PowerPoint and I will create a blank presentation. And you can see that here as well, we have almost the same interface that we have on desktop. There would be differences. So broadly speaking, what you have here would be lesser than what you have on desktop, but most of the important features would be here. And Microsoft is very rapidly bringing them at par, which means that the goal is that PowerPoint online and desktop will have the same set of features in them. But we are not still there yet. So there would still be differences. So please keep in mind that if you're working online, you should check whether that feature is available or not. So there you go. This was a brief on the different versions of PowerPoint that are out there. My suggestion would be that if you're going to do this course, please get Microsoft 365 with you, because that is the only way you will be able to use all the features that we're discussing. Hi, everyone. In this lecture, we will look at navigating the PowerPoint application and different shortcuts that you can use. So we're looking at navigating the interface using the quick access toolbar, creating a custom tab, using the ribbon via keyboard shortcuts, creating sections, and also using the slide sorter. So quite a lot to cover. Let us jump into it. So I have with me a presentation that we are working on. The presentation is navigation plus shortcuts, and we have 20 slides with us. Now, the first thing I want to show you is the interface and different elements in it. So at the top, we have the ribbon, where we have all these different tabs with us. So we have home, insert, draw, design, transition, so on and so forth. On the left, we have a thumbnail of all the different slides. Then at the bottom, we have an option to keep the notes. And then here we have an option called the slide sorter, then we have the slideshow button, and then we have the zoom button. Of course, there are a few things I'm not getting into, but by and large, these are the important things in the interface that you need to know. Now, the first thing I want to highlight to you is this arrow here in the top right corner. That arrow allows you, when you click on it, to either show the ribbon always, to show the tabs only, or to go to full screen mode. So for example, when I select the full screen mode, my PowerPoint becomes like this. I can once again go and select show tabs only. In this case, only the tabs appear, but not the commands within the tabs. And then of course, finally, you also have the always show ribbon, which will show the tabs and the commands all the time. The shortcut for doing all this is Control F1 and Control Shift F1. Let us give it a go. So Control F1 will only show you the tabs, and it works like a toggle. So you can hide the commands and show the commands. And then Control Shift F1 will completely hide both the tabs and the commands, and then bring it back. A tip for all of you, the same shortcut will work in Microsoft Word and Microsoft Excel as well. All right. Now let us look at how we can navigate through the ribbon using shortcuts. So you have to press and release the Alt key. So I'm just clicking on the Alt key one time, and you will notice that every single option that I have in the ribbon has a key or a set of keys assigned to it. For example, to go to help, I have to type Y. To go to home, I have to type H. Let us say we want to go to home. So I will type H. And now again, you notice that there are different shortcuts for each of the options that we have here. So you don't really need to remember all of them, because the moment you press Alt, you can just follow the sequence and then essentially save yourself some time and not have to use the mouse for all the actions. What you might also see here at the top is called the Quick Access toolbar. And you can also customize it. Now, for me right now, there are a few options that I have here. One is the autosave. Then I have my save, start from beginning, and screen recording. Any option that you want to add to the Quick Access toolbar, you can simply right click and add it. Let me give you an example. Let us say that in picture format, I would like to change the transparency. Now, every time I either have to go to picture format and select the transparency, or I can simply right click and add the entire gallery to the Quick Access toolbar. And the moment I do that, you will notice that the Quick Access toolbar has appeared here. If you want to remove it, simply click and remove it. You can also make the Quick Access toolbar come below the ribbon like this. It depends on your preference. I can also go to more commands, and then here there is a list of all the commands available on PowerPoint, and I can just choose the command that I want and add it to the Quick Access toolbar. One more thing you can do is to add a custom tab. So for example, right now we have home, insert, draw, design, transitions. But we do not really need all the commands all the time, right? So to create a custom tab, you can simply go to more commands. And here you notice that we have the option for the quick access toolbar. But I want to go to customize ribbon. And here you can see that all the tabs that we currently have are written on the right side, which is here. And I would like to add a tab of my own. To do that, we simply click on new tab. And it adds a new tab, which doesn't have a name yet, but we can rename it. And I want to call it HMC for Havishram Consulting. In the group, I will rename it and I will call it Group 1. Now, presently, there are no commands in this particular tab, but I can simply select any command from the left and add it here. For example, I want to add the font color. I want to add the format background and insert pictures. I'm just doing that as an example. And when we click on OK, you notice that a new tab has been created with only those commands that you want. So while this might take a little bit of time to set up, it's extremely helpful because you don't have to go running around searching for the command that you want. You can simply put those commands as a group or as multiple groups in the tab of your choice. One more time, let me go to customize. If you want to export it and then send it to other people in your team, that is also possible. So you can export it as a Office UI file and other people will have to import it by clicking on the same button. For now, I don't want to delete it, but I simply want to hide it. Next, we want to look at how we can use sections in PowerPoint. But before that, let's look at the slide sorter. So we know that there are 20 slides that I have, but it's very difficult for me to see the story behind the slides since there are so many of them. So imagine you have 120 slides that you're working on. So to go to the slide sorter, I will simply click on this button here. And by clicking on that, it switches us to the slide sorter like this. Here I can press Control and zoom in, zoom out with the mouse. I can select a slide and move it around. It's very easy to do that. And I can also right click between any two slides, for example, between 2 and 3, and add a section. So I'm going to do this a few more times. I'm not naming the sections. You can do that if you want. So I'll do it once again, add section, and then one final time, add section. How this helps us is that now I can minimize all the sections and I can see my slides in a much cleaner way. So this is almost like a table of content and you can collapse it. You can also go to section in the home tab and then collapse, expand all the section, add a section, or even remove all the sections that you have created. So when it comes to navigation, there are a few more advanced tips that I would like to give to you. Let us say that you are working on a really long PowerPoint and you have 100 slides with you and you would like to compare two slides or copy content from one to the other. Or maybe you're working on two different PowerPoint presentations. For that, you can go to View and then select the new window. So if you notice, currently I'm working on the PowerPoint called Navigation and Shortcuts. The moment I click on New Window, it creates a copy of my PowerPoint. And now you can simply drag the PowerPoint either to the left or to the right corner of your screen. So I'm going to put this on the left corner. And then on the right half, I will put the other PowerPoint. So if you think about it, we are using the same PowerPoint right now, but I'm able to see two different slides from the same PowerPoint at the same time. You can do this with the same PowerPoint, different slides, with two different PowerPoints. For that matter, you can even do it with a PowerPoint and let us say an Excel file like this. So the options are endless, and this will again help you save a lot of time, because when you have to reconcile or you have to work with a very complex data set, being able to see it side by side, especially when you only have one screen or monitor with you, is very helpful. The final thing I want to show you in navigation is the search bar. So this is like a mini Google within Microsoft Office. For example, let us say we have these icons here and they are not aligned properly. So let us say they are like this. Now, imagine you don't know where the align option is because there are so many tabs that we have with us. So I can simply select all of them. And then in the search bar, I will type align. And if you notice, it is able to locate the command which we want. So what we want to do here is to align middle, but that doesn't work. So let me go back and then align center. One more time, we will select align. And this time I'm going to select align and distribute vertically. So there you go. There are two ways of using the search bar. Number one, when you have to use a command and you can't recall where the command is, or even if you know where the command is, you can save yourself time by simply searching for it in the search bar. And the shortcut to go to the search bar is Alt Q. So you can think of it as Alt question, Alt query, but Alt Q is what you have to press. Hi everyone. In this lecture, I want to show you how you can start working on PowerPoint. Not working from scratch, but by starting from a ready-made template. So I want to introduce you to templates available on Canva, on UXEC, and the inbuilt templates that you have. I will also show you how you can read existing reports available on the internet and how to convert a PDF into PowerPoint and how to use the slide master. First, let us look at the inbuilt templates that we have. So when you open a new PowerPoint and you go to new, you will see that there are several free online templates available. Now, this would range from really professional to really cute presentations, depending on what your specific need is. Let's take an example. Maybe I want to get something on diagrams, and you can see that there are a bunch of presentations here which have a few diagrams in them. Now, this would not be an infinite list. It's not even a very long list, but you might find something that you like. Let us search for infographics. Again, you can see that there's not a lot of content available, but you do have a little bit of content available. Let us look at business presentations. So I have a few of these available. Let me pick this one, which says Blue Spheres. Click on create. And as you can see, you have the entire PowerPoint already created for you. It is fully customizable, editable. So images, colors, everything can be changed here. As a matter of fact, the charts that you have here are real charts. They're not images. So you can even edit them if you want to, simply by right-clicking and editing. So this again is a huge time saver. And the fact that all of these have been created professionally means that they look beautiful. So this would be one way to start with a new PowerPoint. The other option that you have is to go to a website called canva.com. So Canva is everything related to design. Now, while I do have a paid subscription to Canva, for which I pay about 9,000 rupees per year, even with a free account, there is a lot of content available. But if you feel you have the need, and if you feel you are okay spending 9,000 rupees, I can assure you that it is money well worth spent. In fact, there are many other topics in this course in which I'll be showing you how you can use Canva very, very effectively. So from my side, it's an absolute yes. Even though I have an Adobe subscription as well, Canva, for most people, will give you everything you need from a designer's, from a PowerPoint creator's perspective. For now, let's go to presentations. And you can see that I have different types of presentations available here. Let me choose the standard 16:9 presentation. And you can see that there are not one or two, but hundreds, in fact, thousands of templates available. So let us say I need something related to a startup. So I can just say, let's say a business pitch deck. As you can see, this is a pro presentation, which means that you need to have a pro account to be able to use it, but there are lots of them that would be free as well. You can see that it's a beautiful presentation. I can just click, and this is fully editable. The options that are available here are quite limited, and it's not quite the same as PowerPoint. But then again, most of what you expect and what you need would be available here. So color, font, all of that can be changed. You can even upload your own images here. You can upload audio clips, video clips. If I go back to the slide, you can see that here as well, these charts that you see are editable. So you get a table on the left, and you can just put in your own numbers, and the chart gets updated. And the best part is that after you do all of this, you can simply click on these three dots in the top right corner, and you can download this as a PowerPoint. So you notice here that when I click on download, the only options I have is PNG, JPEG, PDF, scalable vector graphic, videos, and GIF. But to be able to download it as a PowerPoint, simply go to See All. And here you can see that we have the option to download it as a PowerPoint. How cool is that? In fact, let me download it and show you that it is truly editable even after you download it. So here we go. It has been downloaded, and as you can see, completely editable. Of course, the chart will not be a chart anymore. You will have to create it again, but then you can always make those changes on Canva before downloading it. The next website I want to show you is UExec. That would be YOUEXEC. Here again, you have the option for either a free account or a paid account. And what you have is a lot of content, but for now, let's focus on the presentations that we have. And you can see that there are 159 presentations available. And what I really like about UXEC is that unlike other templates that you will find, these have actually been created by experts in different areas. What that means is that if there is a presentation on, let us say, design thinking, it is not just random text inside these boxes. The content really talks about design thinking. And I really love that it is not just a beautiful series of slides, but it is also contextual. Let me give you an example. So let us select something related to sales strategies, right? So I will click on it. Now you can see that there are 33 slides available, but with the free account, you can only download 7 out of them. That's still good enough. Let me download it. And you can see here, we have this beautiful presentation, extremely professional. And again, the best part is it's completely customizable. There is nothing here that you cannot customize. And if you play this in slideshow, you will realize that they also have these beautiful transitions and animations, which you, of course, could have done yourself as well, but it would have been really difficult to do all this. And again, if you feel that this is cool, remember there are 150 plus such presentations available. And every single one of these presentations is different. So for example, if you're looking at decision matrix, or if you're looking at a project payback period, do you see how the theme, the colors, the content, everything is different in all these presentations? Okay. The next thing I want to show you is how you can take any PDF which is available on the internet and then convert that into an editable PowerPoint. If it sounds exciting, I assure you, it truly is very exciting. So let us say I type Accenture and let us put the name of a sector. So we put healthcare and PDF. You can see that there are a bunch of PDFs available. Let me open one of them. And you can see here that there is a very nice PowerPoint available here. And there is a lot to learn from this. The way they have their table of content, the way they have their links, the way they're using images, the way they are using a color palette, the way they are splitting text into 2 columns. So even if it was not editable, it still is amazing from the point of view of understanding how consulting presentations are created. And of course, you know that consultants create some of the best presentations. But it gets even better than this. I can simply download it on my desktop, and I will go to a website called smallpdf.com. As you can see, I have not signed in. You don't need to sign in. With the free account, you can scroll down and then select a tool called PDF to PPT. All you have to do is to select the PDF that you have. Now, depending upon the complexity and the size of the original PDF, the conversion might take anywhere from 20 to 60 seconds. So you have to be a little patient here, but it is worth the wait. So let me download it. And you can see here, we have the entire PDF in a PowerPoint. And the best part is that everything here is editable. Now, do keep in mind that when I say everything, it doesn't necessarily mean everything, because there might be certain elements that might not have got converted properly. Like here, you notice the text that I have is editable, right? But here, if you notice these different colors and the strips that I have, that is not editable. One tip I would like to give to all of you is that if you can't find something editable, just try to ungroup it. So simply right click and then ungroup it a few times. So right click and then ungroup it a few times. Let me just do it one more time. So right click and then ungroup it. So you have to do it a few times. So sometimes when it doesn't look as if it's editable, you can ungroup it. Again, as you can see, I have this beautiful PowerPoint with me, and I can take any part of it which I want to copy and use. The suggestion that I would give you is to search for the big three, so BCG, Bain, and McKinsey. Then you can also search for PwC, EY, Deloitte, and KPMG. And you can even try other firms like IBM, Accenture, Nielsen, GFK. As a matter of fact, you can even see annual reports. For example, if you look at the Aisha annual report, I really like their design. Okay, so that is the annual return, but let me go to the report. And you can see that this is created by Aisha, and it's beautiful. I love the way they're using colors and blending images into what is a very boring report, so to say, right? And there's a lot to learn by just looking at all this. The final thing that I want to cover is to use the slide master. So let me create a new PowerPoint. Now, the purpose of a slide master is that you would like to keep an element, let us say the company logo, on all the slides. To do that, we go to View, and then we select the slide master. So the master allows you to control the look of the entire PowerPoint. So the moment I click on it, you can see that there are different types of layouts that are available here. So on the very first one, which is my office theme slide master, I want to keep a logo. So I will just choose my own company logo. And we will keep it here in the bottom right corner. And you can see that the moment I do this, it appears on every single type of slide. So now when we close the master view, you can see that every slide that you create, you will have this logo here. And of course, you can't move it or delete it unless you go to the slide master. For those of you who work with organizations, I'm sure that you have seen your brand templates, and you must have noticed that there are certain templates that have been given to you. This is how they have been created. Hi, everyone. In this lecture, we will look at working with shapes. Probably one of the most important and the time-consuming things that you would do on PowerPoint. So we are going to spend some time on this. First, we will look at how to use grids and guides, how to align shapes, how to use lock and selection pane, how to create and change the size of a shape, transparency, custom shapes, duplicate, group, rotation, merge, gradient. There's a lot to cover, so let's get into it. So the first thing I want to show you is how to set up the layout of your screen. So when you go to View, we have three options available. We have the ruler, the grid lines, and the guides. The ruler is this ruler that comes at the top. Then you have the grid lines, and then you have the guide. So let me remove the ruler and the grid lines for now and just look at the guide that we have. As you can see, the guide tells you the middle and the center point. So we have a vertical and a horizontal line. If you would like to move it, you can just move it like this. This is very helpful because many times you have to place an object on each slide at the same location. So this will really help you with that. You can also right click and then add a vertical and a horizontal guide. For example, let me add a vertical guide. So we get one more guide like this. And if you right click on it, you can also change the color like this. To delete it, simply right click and delete. So let me get this back in the center. The shortcut for the guide and the grid is you have Alt F9 that will show you the guide. And then you have Shift F9 that will show you the grid line. And if you click on this dialog box launcher, you can also see the grid settings. For example, maybe I want to keep 8 grids per centimeter. So now my grids are going to look like this. And of course, I can always change that. So maybe I want to keep 2 grids per centimeter like this. So you can customize it the way you want. And finally, there is an option called Snap Objects to Grid. Let me first change the grid to 8 and also select this Snap Objects to Grid. What that does is that after we have created a shape, let us say a rectangle, you will notice that when I move the rectangle, it will magnetically attach to that grid like this. And this can again be quite helpful because the positioning of these objects becomes quite easy. Now, if you do not select this option called Snap Objects to Grid, then the object will move freely. That means it will not attach to the corners and to the horizontal and the vertical line. There is another option called Display Drawing Guides and Smart Guides. Now, let me remove the grid and the guide, and let's create one more shape. You will notice that when I move the second shape, I get this red line that guides me and tells me that I'm on the same horizontal line, like this. Or if I try to change the size, it tells me that it is the same size as the first one. But if you, for some reason, don't want that, you can just turn them off. And that means that now you don't get that guide. I'm assuming that most of the time you would want to keep them on. The next thing we want to look at is the creation of a shape. Before we do that, let's look at the different types of shapes that are available to you. So when you go to Insert and select Shapes, you can see that we have lines, rectangle, basic shapes, block arrows, equation shapes, flowchart, stars and banners, callouts and action buttons. Later in the course, I'll also tell you how to add your own shapes. So you don't have to restrict yourself to what is available on PowerPoint. You can modify them, you can add your own and customize them as well. But for now, let's look at a basic shape, which is my rectangle. Now, when you're creating the rectangle and you click and drag, you notice that it can be a rectangle of a certain dimension. But if I press the Shift key, that means that it will become a square like this. Now, after you have made it, if you press Shift and you hold it from the corner, you will see that it remains a square and the size is increasing or decreasing. If you press Control and Shift and then you reduce the size from the corner or increase it, you notice that it will become smaller or larger, but it is going to grow outward or go inward, keeping the same center that you have. So one more time, Shift will allow you to keep it a square and then increase, decrease, and Control and Shift will allow you to make it smaller or larger. If I take it from the midpoint or the center point and I press Shift, you notice that I'm able to increase or decrease, but it will work without Shift as well. If you press Control, it will grow from both sides. And if you press Control and Shift, it also does the same thing. So just try them out and get comfortable with all the shortcuts that are there. After you have made the shape, if you would like to decrease the size, you can use Shift and the direction keys. So Shift, left arrow, right arrow, like this. And you can also press Control and direction key to move it like this. If you press the Alt and the direction key, it will move in small increments. So for example, if I press Alt and I move it, I can move it in small increments. So just try out all the combinations and get comfortable with this. The next thing I want to show you is how you can duplicate a shape that you have. So first I'm going to make a square. So insert shapes and make a square. To duplicate it, you can simply press Control and Shift and do not select any one of these white dots. Select it from the center and you will see that the mouse changes to a mouse with a plus sign. That means that you're creating a copy. Now, if you press Control and Shift both, then you can move it only in a vertical or a horizontal direction. If you only press Control, then you can make a copy wherever you want. And if you only press Shift, then you can move it in a horizontal or vertical direction. So let me say that one more time. If you press Shift and you move it, then it moves in horizontal or vertical. If you press Control, then you create a copy. And if you press Control and Shift both, then you create a copy and move it at the same time. So that is the one I want, Control and Shift. And after you create the first copy, you have to press Control Y. Like you have a Control Z for undo, we want to do a Control Y for redo, like this. Once all of them are created, I will drag and select all of them. One more time, we will press Control and Shift and then move it down. And then again, Control Y. And you notice in under 30 seconds, we have managed to create a perfectly aligned set of squares like this. When we do the lecture on icons, I will be doing this example again to tell you how Control Shift and Control Y can be used together. If you would like to decrease the size of all of these shapes at the same time, then you can group it. So right click, group and group. You can also use the shortcut, which is Control G, and it groups everything. We can now reduce the size and I can make another copy like this. Very easy. Let us also look at the rotation of a shape. So one more time, I have a square with me. To rotate it, you can either choose this rotation handle at the top, or you can press Alt, left arrow and right arrow. So Alt, right arrow will move it clockwise in 15-degree increments, and Alt, left arrow will move it anti-clockwise. And you can even do it with multiple shapes at the same time, like this. Extremely easy to do. Let us now look at transparency. So imagine we have an image like this one. You can see that the two circles are blending into each other. But how do you get that effect? Let's create a blank slide, and I will insert a circle like this and one more. Now there are two things I want to show you. One is transparency and the other is merge. Let us first look at transparency. So I can select both of them, right click and then go to format object. And then in the fill option, we will select transparency and I will increase it slightly. Let me also change the color to a different color. And I can see that we are getting the effect sort of what we were getting here. That is how you can control the transparency. But what if we want to keep a third color in the center? How do you do that? For that, let me make another slide. And I want to make a square as well. Perfect. And we'll make a few copies of these. All right, watch carefully. So after I select both the shapes, we want to go to shape format and merge shapes. And here there are 5 options available. I'll take you through all of them. So when I click on union, you notice that it creates a single shape. Of course, there will be only one color, but you can always change the color later. And if you apply an outline, you will notice that the outline is coming for the entire shape as one single shape, not for 2 different shapes. So it's very handy when you want to create new shapes of your own. Next, we have combine. And as you can see, combine is like a removal of the combined area. So when I click on combine, the common area has been removed, which means that I can see what is behind this. So I hope that makes sense. This is also very helpful when you want to combine 2 shapes and then remove that portion so that you can see what is behind it. Next, we will look at fragment. Fragment will keep the 2 shapes, but it will break it into 3 shapes. So you notice that this and this and this are different parts now, which is so interesting because now I can keep different colors for all the 3 parts like this. After that, we have intersect. Intersect is the opposite of combine. So you can see that only the intersected portion has been kept. The part which is there in combine is the opposite of that. Then we have subtract. And here you can see that it depends on what order you select them in. Let me explain it. Let us say that I'm selecting the circle first and then I'm selecting the square. So when I click on subtract, you notice that this part has been removed from the circle. On the other hand, if I'm selecting the square and then I'm selecting the circle and I click on subtract, now that part of the circle which was coming on top of the square has been removed. So the order in which you select the 2 shapes matters a lot. Also keep in mind that while I'm showing you all these things with only 2 shapes, you can do it with multiple shapes as well. To give you an example, let us say that I have many different circles with me of different sizes. So I'm going to make it like this. And let's keep one of these inside as well. So now I can select all of them, go to shape format and merge shapes, and then click on fragment. And what that means is that every single one of these has been fragmented, and I can, as you can see, color them separately. And it just doesn't look cool. It's also very practical. There are several types of Venn and Euler diagrams that you can create this way. Just to show you what I mean by that, So one is you have your Venn diagrams, which is something I'm sure all of you have seen earlier. And then you have something called Euler diagrams, which is like this. I will not get into the differences here, but you can just maybe Google it. And these are two different types of diagrams that you're creating. And this is how you do it, by doing a fragment. All right. Next, I want to show you how you can create a custom shape. So let me take one of these shapes. Let's say I have my square like this. You notice that there are 6 of these white dots that we have. So we have 4 at the corners, 4 in middle and center. I can go to shape format and select edit shape. When we click on edit shape, we can either change the shape or we can also edit the points. Immediately you notice that now we only have 4 of these black squares in all the 4 corners. If I select it and I move it, you will notice that I'm able to create a different shape like this. And this is very cool. And what about these white dots that you have? If you move the dot, you can actually create a curve like this. Now, those of you who have worked on Adobe or you have worked on any other vector software, you would understand how these things work. Do keep in mind that it's quite difficult to do all this. So don't get worried if you're not able to figure it out in the first go. Take your time, be patient and try it out. And I'm sure you'll be able to utilize this to the fullest. What we are using here is called a certain type of curves, which is my Bezier curves. So Bezier curves are essentially curves that are used in computer graphics. Again, I'll not get into details here, but if you want to understand how a software can create a curve, we essentially look at the 2 points and then look at the maxima and then drag it. There is a lot of information on Google if you want to go and have a look at that. And keep in mind that this is a very advanced topic. So right now we have these 4 black squares. I can also right click on any point and I can add another point if I wanted to, like this. And then you notice I can just move it like this and also make a curve like this. So the possibilities are literally limitless, but yes, it will take you a little bit of time to figure out all these options that you have. You also have an option called open path, which essentially creates another point for you. And then we have something which is curved segment. So it curves the entire segment for you like this. I'm not an expert at this because all my vector-based transformations happen on Adobe Illustrator. But when you need it, definitely have a go at it. You don't need to be an expert. But for small modifications that you want to do here and there, this can be quite handy. All right, the final thing we want to look at when we are working with shapes is gradient. There are a few other small topics as well, but gradient is the next big topic that we have. So imagine you have something like this. So there's a PwC logo, and it's very interesting because all these colors are blending into each other. Now, sure, you can do it using fragment as well, but imagine you have something like this. How are you going to create something like this? Let's see. So I'll first take a simple shape. And what we want to do here is to right-click and then go to Format Shape. And here I will select Fill and then select the Gradient Fill. Of course, there are other options as well. For example, I can keep a picture, I can keep a pattern, and there are several patterns available. But for now, I want to keep a Gradient Fill. And in the gradient fill, there are these 4 gradient stops that are there. I don't need 4 of them, so I just select the third and the second one and delete it. On the first gradient stop, I will go to color and we will select any color we want. And on the second, we will select a different color like this. And you see, we have this beautiful effect that is coming like this. And the best part is you can customize it in an infinite manner. So I can look at the type. So I can do radial like this. And I can say the direction should be from center. So you get this beautiful effect like this. Let me just put it as a slide background so you can see how nice this looks. I can even add another gradient stop with a different color on it to get an effect like this. Again, it will take you a little bit of time to really understand how this works, but once you figure it out, you can create some stunning effects this way. When we're doing the topic on colors, I will also tell you how you can find these ready-made gradients available on the internet, but it's still useful for you to learn it yourself on PowerPoint as well, even though you can find them on the internet. One more thing I want to tell you is the use of lock. Now, this is a new feature that has come in PowerPoint. Let me tell you the use case for this. When I press Control A, it selects everything on the slide, right? Which is okay, but maybe I don't want to do that. Maybe I just want to select these 3. And it's very irritating every time to go and have to select these 3 manually. Of course, one option is to group it, but I want something better than that. So on the first shape, I will right click and lock it. Now, what that means is that when I press Control A, it will only select the second, third, and the fourth. And I can't really move the first one even if I want to. That means that accidentally you can't move things around, which is very handy. And you can unlock it like this. You can even go to the selection pane. So by going to Home and then Arrange, and the last option, which is Selection Pane, I can see a list of all the different objects that I have on my slide. And from here as well, I can hide it temporarily, or I can lock it like this. So for example, I'm locking 3 of them, and I can see that now only one of them is getting selected. Very, very useful. And it's interesting because this feature just got introduced in PowerPoint a few months back in late 2021. And this is something that PowerPoint users had been asking for so many years, because this is such a useful feature when you're working in, let's say, Adobe Illustrator. And finally, we have this feature with us. Now, while we're on the topic of the selection pane, let's also look at layers. In fact, let me add that here. So the concept of layers mean that if I have a shape coming at the back, so if you notice, this large square is at the back, and all the other 3 small squares are in the front. But maybe you wanted this square to not be over the second square, but behind it. You can simply right click, and you have 2 options here. One is bring to front and send to back. So if I send it backward, as you can see, it is going behind this square. And if I again say send to back, it will go absolutely at the back. That means even behind the large square. So you can mix and match different objects or images that you're working with. So there you go. We have done a lot of topics on shapes. So while we are not really creating a professional presentation right now, these are certain tools that you have to get very, very comfortable with. So make sure to get the motor skills right, to learn when to use an Alt-Shift-Control. Because in PowerPoint, the challenge is not really creating a good slide, but also being able to do it very fast. And if I give you an example ready-made from one of the PDFs that we have, immediately by looking at it, you should be able to figure out how to recreate something like it. That is a challenge you should always give yourself. So we have covered grid guide, alignment, size, lock, selection, pane, transparency, custom shape, duplicate, group, rotation, merge, gradient, and layers. So a lot of topics. Make sure to practice all of this. Hi, everyone. This lecture is very interesting. We are not really going to do a lot of hands-on exercises. We will, but not a lot. The focus is to understand how colors work. And on face value, it might seem like such a silly thing that why do we need to have an entire lecture just talking about colors? But you have to understand that colors are very important to every plant. Now, while in organizations, you will have a design and a marketing team that will help you select the color palette and use it effectively. Even when you're working on your slides, it's not just the content, but the presentation that is very important. And colors play a very important role in that, both directly and indirectly. Let me give you an example. Let us go to KPMG and get one of their reports from any sector. Let us say we want to report from the banking sector. So I'm searching for KPMG banking PDF, and let's open one of these. Let me look at a different one. Okay, look at this. Do you see how they are using colors, and there is a very interesting color palette that they're using very uniformly. So they have this interesting KPMG color here, and the way they are using gradients, which I've covered in the previous lecture as well. And look at how these colors all seem to fit very well with each other. There's a lot of work that goes behind it, and there's a lot of theory that you have to learn, not learn, but understand and go through as well. So let's get started with this. Now, the first thing I would like to do is to convince you how important colors are. So there is a report that is available. It is available on colorcom.com, and it talks about why color matters. So what they say is that there is a lot of research that says that color plays a pivotal role in all our visual experiences. I will not read the entire thing right now, but if you can see the highlighted numbers, there is a lot of impact that colors have psychologically and directly. And this is not just hyperbole. This is a proven academic research and something that some of the largest companies around the world, in fact, all the large companies around the world are already using. So I would strongly urge all of you to read this article. One more link I would like you to go through is this one, which talks about ecological preference, right? This might not really be required reading. Like the last one, I would like all of you to read. This is very interesting, as you know, and it talks about how the ecological valence has had an impact. So to give you an example, the fact that the color brown is not really associated with something good, it's associated with things that we dislike, is that it's a part of our evolutionary process, right? Because brown is what we would typically relate to feces or rotten food. And that is why we don't really see a lot of browns being used. Not to say that brands are not using browns, but I'm just generally telling you that there is a connotation that we have to specific types of colors that we have. For example, blue with clear skies and clean water. Okay, now immediately what I would like to go to is this link by Canva, which is color wheel. So it talks about how colors go with each other, where it talks about color harmony. So how do designers and artists and creators pick the colors that they want? This is how they do it, using color combinations. Right? And broadly, we have complementary color, which means the opposite. We have monochromatic, which means different shades and tones and tints of one base color. Then we have analogous, which means colors that are side by side. Then we have triadic, which means that colors that are evenly spaced, like the three that I have highlighted here. Then you have tetradic, which is 4 colors evenly spaced. And then of course you have primary, secondary, tertiary, like this. Then there are also colors that can be bifurcated into warm and cool colors. This is as per the psychology. Then you have shades and tints and tones. Shade being when you add black to a base color. Tint being when you add white to a base color. And tone is by adding grays. For example, if you look at the color that we have here, if I add more black to it, what happens? If I add more white to it, and when I add more gray to it. Then you also have hue, saturation, and luminance. We usually refer to it as HSB, hue, saturation, brightness, or hue, saturation, luminance. And it talks about the intensity or purity of the color and the amount of brightness. So hue is nothing but a color that you select from the color wheel. And saturation is the intensity or the purity of the color, and luminous is the amount of brightness that you're adding. Now see, we don't really need to get into a lot of detail, but this is mandatory reading. At least one time you have to read it properly. If you go online, of course, there's a lot of content. You don't need to, do a PhD on it, but at the same time, get deeper into it so that you have a better understanding that other people around you. Right? Okay. Now, let's look at a live example. So if I look at my brand color, I have 2577 CE. That is the hex code. Right? And this is the color that I have used in Havishan Consulting. And you can see that the opposite of this color is CE7, C25. Now, if I look at monochromatic, these are different shades that I have. If I look at analogous, and if I look at triadic, and if I look at tetradic. Like this, you can look at different color harmony patterns that are there. Later in this lecture, I will also give you certain better, more sophisticated tools to be able to get and generate this color palette. Let me also share another link with you, now that we have a little bit of idea, the meaning of different colors. This is also available on Canva. And you can see here there are different colors like an amber and a lavender and a black and an aqua. And if you click on any one of these, it tells you something about that color. For example, aqua is water in Latin, variation of cyan, sitting between green and blue. And because they are regarded so closely, they are interchangeably used in web design, cyan and aqua. This is the hex code. And it's a vibrant, striking tone, wonderful accented designs. You can combine it with dark gray, black, yellow, bright orange, which are warm colors. What does it evoke? Feelings of reinvigoration, youth, and dreaminess. And you can see they now give you a lot of details about the hex code, the RGB value, the percentage, the CMYK, which is used for printing. Then hue saturation, I've already mentioned hue saturation and luminance. Then you have a lot of other details which we'll not get into, but hex, RGB, CMYK, HSL, I think all of you should be aware of. And of course, we can do these things in PowerPoint directly as well. Let's look at some live examples now of colors that brands are using. So if you go to brandcolors.net, you can see that there is a very large list of companies from around the world, and you can see the colors that they are using. For example, when I say a Google, everybody says, I know it's a blue, green, yellow, and red, but what is the exact shade? This is the exact shade that they are using. What you see here. These are the hex code values. The next thing I would like to show you is, again, something on Canva. that talks about the symbolism. It's a very interesting read, and it talks about how color influences people, how people assess products purely on the basis of colors, and how it increases brand awareness. Especially for products in the CPG sector, when you are in a supermarket and you literally have a few seconds to capture the attention of the customer, what impact colors play, right? So here it talks about the power of branding, right? Again, I'll not read all of this, but it talks about how red evokes certain feelings and how certain industries use reds a lot more. It talks about where pink is used. Then it talks about how orange is used, right? And so on and so forth. You can also type, let us say, Google and palette, and you can see the palette that Google is using if you do an image search. And you can do this for any company. So if I say Microsoft palette, you can see the color that Microsoft is using. Let us say I look at Reebok and I can see the colors that Reebok is using. Right? So it's a very quick way of looking at the colors that different brands are using. Now I want to come to one of the best websites out there. There are, of course, many, many of them. But this is one of the best websites called colors.co, colors with a double O. Now, there are a number of things here. So let me walk you through all of them. First, we have color pickup. Then we have create a collage, make a gradient palette, create a gradient, explore gradients, and a contrast checker. Let me take you through all of them one by one. So first you have the color picker. So you can see that you can put in the hex code of any color. So I'll choose 2577CE, which is a bright navy blue. And you can see it gives you all the different details that you're looking at. And plus you have these different shades, tint, tone, hues, and temperatures, right? Then you also have color harmonies that have been given to you like this. Plus you have something very important, which a lot of people neglect, which is the blindness similarity. Since a lot of people around the world are on the spectrum of color blindness, right? And it impacts people and we don't even realize it. For example, greens and reds are some of the worst colors from a color blind perspective because they're very difficult to catch. And it might seem as something completely different to the user. That is why we always suggest that do not use purely the color to denote a sentiment, like red for bad and green for good. You should not do that. Because if somebody is not reading the red and green as a red and a green, they might completely mistake what you're trying to present to them. So there are different types of color blindness that are there. And then you also have the contrast check. Okay, let's go to create a collage. So let me select an image. I'm going to choose a stock image here. Any one, it doesn't matter which one. And you can see it automatically picks all the colors which are present in that image. And you can also upload something present on your computer. You can add more colors. You can even change the layout that you have here and then essentially download and keep a copy with you, right? So this is the palette that is got picked. Similarly, you can create a gradient palette. So let me choose two colors here at random. And you can see here, it creates a complete palette for me. And I can also export that, either open it in the generator or make a gradient. So I'll try both of them, make a gradient and open in the generator. So when I click on gradient, you have the gradient maker. And if you have seen the lecture on shapes, I showed you gradients there as well. So what you have in PowerPoint is very similar to this. And of course, you can download it as an image as well, completely free of cost. You can also open it in this palette generator. And here again, you have the option to view shades. Then I can save it to favorites. I can move it around. I can lock it. I can make a copy. I can remove it. So a bunch of different options available. Then you also have the option here to check for color blindness. So it tells you that if somebody has proteinopia, what these colors would look like to the user. And it's so striking, isn't it? That what seems like a green to us will look completely different to somebody with color blindness. Then we can also adjust the palette. Let's say we want to add to the brightness like this. We can also create a collage. Then I can create a palette from a photo that we have. So once again, let me take a stock image, right? And you can see I can move this crosshair and select any color that is present on my image. So easy to work with. In view, we can also see a quick view of the colors that are there. Then we also have the ready-made gradients available. So you can create your own, but you can also use the ready-made gradients that are there. And there are a bunch of different options available here. And they look really good when you keep it as the backdrop of one of your slides. Let me give you an example. Let us say you're working with a PowerPoint. Now, usually we right-click, select the background, and we simply change the fill color to a color of our choice. Let's say something like this. And it's quite boring, isn't it? Now here on the gradient, I can select something like this. I will simply download it. We will use a picture as the background and just see how beautiful this looks. Fantastic, right? I will also give you an example of a company that uses these very, very extensively. So if you look at any report by Accenture, you will see that Accenture loves to use gradients. Do you see all this? They use it as the background. They use it even for the text in certain cases, right? Look at this. So if you want to recreate something like this, then you have to learn how to work with gradients and colors. The website makes it really easy. And finally, you have the contrast checker. So in the contrast checker, I can put a text color. Let's say I am choosing something like this. And this is my background color, which is also a dark color. Now, what happens is that in fact, let me choose something different. Now, it is going to tell us that the contrast is only 1.61, which means it's very poor. So it would not be readable to people. How do we fix it? Let me do it manually. So if I decrease the brightness, do you see how it is improving to poor, but it's still not really good? And you notice that if I keep anything with a green, it will never really look very good. But if I click to fix, I can adjust the background color, and it tells me that the white would be the best option that we have. Of course, you don't have to necessarily use a white. You can also choose any other color here, right? But the idea is that definitely have a look at the contrast tool to try and see if the two colors are high contrast or not. Because contrast is very important so that people can read what you're presenting without having to put in a lot of effort into it. Okay, a few more links that I'll open for you. One of them again is on Canva, where we have 100 color combinations. And you can see here, a lot of different combinations have been given. So it's a quick look at how you can maybe pick something which you use for your own work. And the best part is that it is integrated with Canva. So if I like these colors, I can just click on use this template, and it gives me different options with the same color, right? One more thing I would like to show you is website color schemes, again on Canva. And here it talks about different websites and the sort of colors that they're using. Like, look at this one. These are neon tones, quite different to soft palette colors that we're using, but they look really nice, right? And of course, a lot of different options are available here. And then we also have color palettes. We have this on colors.co as well. But again, you see there are a bunch of different color palettes that we have. So if you're in a hurry and you just want a quick palette to start working with, you can just select it like this. One more thing I want to talk about is material design. So the design philosophy that Google follows is called material design. I'll not get into detail here, but you can just maybe go through this and just read it a little bit. And it's wonderful reading. While this is mostly for developers and people who work in UI and UX, but even for the normal person, I think it's a good read, right? Google was one of the first companies that focused on design very early. These are industry standards. So even if you're not really working on mobile apps, it's still going to make sense for you to follow principles that Google is following. This is material.io. Let us now come to PowerPoint. And I want to show you the tools that you have on PowerPoint, right? So I'm just going to make a shape. And when we go to shape format, you can see that we have shape fill and shape outline and shape effects. So let's select shape fill. I will go to more fill colors. And here we have the option of putting in the RGB or the HSL value. You also have an option to put the hex value. It's not as advanced as a tool like Illustrator, but it gives you enough to be able to work with. One more thing I would suggest you should use all the time is the eyedropper. For example, let us say I really like these three colors that Accenture is using in their report. What I can do is to just make three shapes, right? And I can do this directly on PowerPoint. Go to shape fill and then select the eyedropper. And you can now just pick any color that is there on the slide like this. One more time, eyedropper, and a final time, the eyedropper. Very easy, right? There is another tool available called Power Toys for this specific task. This is how the tool looks. You can see that anything which is on my screen, I can detect the color just by clicking on it like this. This is a free tool available by Microsoft, and it is called Microsoft Power Toys, right? Free to download. And it has a lot of other features as well. But this particular feature, which is the system-wide color picker, is very useful. And I feel that all of you should have this installed on your computer. So there you go. This was quite a long lecture. And we spoke about color harmony, why colors are important, psychology, what colors mean, how to create your own colors, how to use certain online tools, how to look at other brand colors, and what is available on PowerPoint. There is not really a lot for you to practice at this point, but you should always keep colors at the back of your mind. And whenever you're not sure how to go about it, just pick any good report off the internet from a consulting firm or a professional services firm. And that is going to tell you a lot about how they are using colors effectively. And to begin with, you can just take inspiration from what they are doing. And then gradually you can even start to experiment and explore your own combinations. Hi, everyone. In this example, I want to show you how you can create process charts directly on PowerPoint and also use a few online tools. So we will look at Smart Arts and then two different websites. One of them is Excalidraw, and the other one is lucid charts. Now, why are process charts important? In the same way that a picture is worth 1,000 words, similarly, when you want to communicate or articulate a process, it would not be fair to do it simply as a bulleted list or a numbered list. It is easier for people to relate to the process, especially when it is a little complex or it's a little long. When you're presenting it, using icons, especially in the format of a process like the one that you see right now. So this is a process where PwC is explaining how blockchain works. First, we will look at the internal options that we have available. So you can see that I have 6 points with us, and we would like to create a process out of them. To do that, right-click and then convert to smart art. And you can see that in a single click, I can convert it into these beautiful looking smart arts. Now, since this is not really a process, at least the example that I'm currently working with, these are 6 distinct points that we have. Probably something like this is most suitable. And this is how my smart art looks. After you create the smart art, you will have a new option called Smart Art Design. And in this, you can see we have the graphic options, the layouts, styles. Let us go over them one by one. After creating the smart art, if you would like to change any text, you can either do it directly on the smart art, or you can use the text box that appears on the left. For some reason, if you cannot see the text box, you can simply click on this arrow that you have to open the text pane. The option for the text pane is also available in the Smart Art Design option here. So we have the text pane available here. If you would like to change the order of the points, you don't have to do a copy and paste. You can simply select move up and move down. For example, let us say I want to move the 3rd point up or down. I can just click on move up or move down like this. We can also demote a point if we want to, like this. After creating the smart art, if you're not happy with the layout and you would like to change that, you can select layouts, and there are many different layouts available. So let me click on more layouts, and you can see that they have been categorized into list, process, cycle, hierarchy, relationship, matrix, pyramid, picture. And on office.com, you can find a few others as well. So let me choose a non-directional cycle. And this is how it looks. After creating the layout, if you would like to change the color, you can go to change color. And there are different palettes available here, which in one click changes everything. Of course, you can manually go to format and change the color here as well, if you wanted to. Then we also have smart art styles available. Personally, I don't like them. Some of them at least are completely meaningless. A case and example would be this one, where the text is not even readable. But there is one that I personally absolutely adore and I use all the time. This is called the brick scene. So even though it is a 3-dimensional smart art, you can see that all the others probably don't really add a lot of value. Maybe the polished is okay. So is the inset and the cartoon. But this one is the one I really, really like. It just looks beautiful. It's three-dimensional, but not at the expense of readability. So it's very clear as to what the text is. After creating the smart art, if you would like to convert everything into a shape, then you can go to convert in the top right corner and simply convert it either back to text like this, or you can convert it to shapes. Now, at the moment, you will notice that it shows me one large shape, but I can control each of them independently. And you can, of course, ungroup. So after ungrouping, you can see that we have all the points that appear like this. And now manually, I can move them around. If I want to make one of them larger, we can do that as well. Let me go back a few steps. There is also an option called add shape. So for example, you already have 5 points, but you would like to add another point. You can click on add shape. So these are the process charts that we have inside PowerPoint. And they are available on other Microsoft Office tools as well. So you have them on Word and Excel as well. Let me also create another blank slide. And we want to do something simpler. So I will make a few squares. And I want to connect all of them. So to connect them, you can insert a shape. So I'm going to select the connector elbow arrow. And you can see that I can connect the midpoint with the midpoint like this. And maybe also increase the weight a little bit. We can copy and paste and then connect it like this. And as you can see, it works beautifully. If you move any of these boxes around, the arrows also move along with it. So you must be wondering, why do we even need an online tool if we are able to do all these things with PowerPoint? See, this is great when you have a limited number of points and not a really complex flow. But the moment you are working with a larger number of elements, you need to have a more sophisticated tool for this. Now, Microsoft has a tool called Visio, which is a diagramming software. But Visio is not a part of Microsoft 365. So you have to purchase it separately. So you can see that there is a plan available here, 360 per user per month or a 1080 per user per month. It's a little costly, but then you can see that there are a lot of features available in this. If you're looking at an alternative, you can look at Lucid Chart. That would be LUCID. Now, the thing is that I have a paid account here for which I'm paying about 10,000 rupees odd every year, which again, like Canva, I feel is a wonderful investment. I've had it for a few years and I've not regretted it. But then you do have a free option and you can create up to 3 charts with 50 elements each. But if you like it, I strongly feel that you should invest in the paid subscription as well. I want you to see a few of these processes that I've created on Lucidchart completely. And just by looking at them, I'm sure you would agree that it is fantastic, isn't it? Imagine doing all this on PowerPoint. Ask yourself that if you had to create something as detailed as this on PowerPoint, how much time and effort it would have taken you. And for that matter, would you even have been able to do something like this? Not quite. The other good thing about Lucid is that you have hundreds of free templates available. So when I select Lucid chart and create from template, you can see that. Let me do that one more time. You can see that we have loads of templates available. Unfortunately, most of them are behind a paywall, so you need to have a premium account, but there are quite a few of them free as well. So you should definitely have a look at them. So I'm searching for something related to organization charts, and you can see you have these beautiful options available. Let me select one of these. And you can also see here that it's completely editable. So everything you see here can be just moved around and edited. And it's really simple for you to modify it. You can just drag and essentially create one more. I will not really get into details here. You can go here and look at the help. The help that you have here is fantastic, and it explains everything in a very easy manner. The tool itself is not really very complex, but there is a learning curve to it because it's in certain areas, it's quite unlike how PowerPoint works. It's much more sophisticated. So you will have to spend some time on it, but definitely worth the effort. You can also see here that it gives me the option of importing my data as well, right? Again, I'll not get into detail, but if you feel this is something that you need to do, you should definitely have a look at this. All right, let me go back. And remove this blank diagram from here. Perfect. The other website I want to show you is Excalibur. Now, let me start from scratch. When you go to Excalibur, this is what greets you. It's a very simple blank canvas. And if you want to create something, you can just go to the library and you can see there are different elements available here, right? You just click on an element and then make changes to it. So for example, let's say I want to create a square. I have a few options here which I really like. So I can change the stroke width. I can also change the style, and I can also change the sloppiness. You know, this last part is what I really like. The fact that you can recreate a hand-drawn element is what I think makes it really, really good. Of course, this is not a competitor to Visio and Lucid. It's much simpler. You do have different libraries available here, but this will not really give you everything that you're seeking, but definitely worth a look. Also, if you go to Canva, something we have already seen earlier, on Canva as well, you can search for process chart. And you can see that they have quite a few options available as well. Especially from the point of view of creating a PowerPoint slide, I think the way they have done it is, I mean, it's quite diverse, and I'm sure you will find something that you like. So there you go. We have seen how we can create process charts on PowerPoint directly using shapes and connecting them using smart art, and also using online tools like Lucid and Excalibur. Hi everyone. In this lecture, we will look at working with images. So I want to talk about how you can get free, extremely high resolution images from the internet, which are also copyright free. The difference between different type of images that you have. So we will look at PNG, JPEG, and GIF. How to remove the background from an image, how to change the format, reduce size, create a photo album, and also work with 3D models. It's a fun lecture, nothing very complex, but a lot of small topics are there. It is very nuanced, so you have to pay some attention here. First things first, if you have Microsoft 365 with you, then you can simply go to Insert, and you see that there is an option in Pictures to either load a picture from your computer or to look at stock images. And in stock images, you can see that we have loads of images available. There are different categories as well. Let us say we are searching for a very generic image. Let us say an office. And you can see we have a lot of these images available. And when you like something, you simply have to click on it. Let me select this one and insert. And you notice it downloads it directly into PowerPoint like this. And again, this is extremely high resolution and it's copyright free. But what if you want something else other than what Microsoft is offering you? For that, you have to go to Pexels. That would be P-E-X-E-L-S. And again, here you have completely royalty-free images and videos available. So if I'm searching for, again, let us say a city, you can see the quality of images available here. The other website is Pixabay. That would be P-I-X-A-B-A-Y. And on Pixabay, again, you have images, which can be photos, vectors, illustration, videos, music, sound effects available. So I'm searching again for city, and you can see we have a bunch of different images available. All right. The next thing I want to talk about is the type of image that you have. And I'll also tell you the reason why that is important. Let us say that you are working with a logo of a company and you already have a background color to your slide. Let us say we have a color like this. Let's go online. And I'm going to take Google's logo. Let us do an image search. And you will see that the one we have available on Wikipedia is a PNG. So if I right click, copy, and then come back and paste, it is going to look like this. That means it's a transparent background that we have. On the other hand, if I'm searching for a proper logo like this, in fact, let me search for the Google logo properly. I think this looks good. I'll copy it, come back, and then paste it here. And this, everybody, is a JPEG, right? Which is, I guess, the most common format that you would find, like this. Both of them have their advantages. So the one on the right is what we use more commonly when you do want to have a background. And the one on the left is great when you just want to present the name of the organization without that white background. Now, this is also relevant when you are copying something from PowerPoint and then repasting it. Let me explain what I mean by that. So I have an image here and I'm making a copy of this. If I select both of these and we do Control C and we come to a new slide, once again, I'm changing the background color. When we paste it as a picture, right? So I'm going to paste it as a picture. You will notice that we are still getting the transparent background at the back. But how is that happening? That's happening because this is a PNG. And because it's a PNG image, that means that there is no background that is coming. So despite the fact that there was a white in the middle, we will still get that background like this, which is what you would expect, right? Let's take an image and see the options we have to create certain effects on it, similar to what you would do on Photoshop. So I'm going to go to stock images and let me just pick any one of these. So I'm taking something for an office and let's just pick one like this. Once we have done this, I can go to picture format and you can see that there are a bunch of options available. So we have corrections, color, artistic effects, transparency. So if I go to corrections, you can see that I can manipulate the softness or how sharp it is, and also change the brightness and the contrast. A high contrast image typically would be like this, where the brightness is lesser and the contrast is higher. So it looks sharper, similar to a high definition resolution or a high definition range. If I go to picture correction options, there are more options that are enabled in a pane, and this gives you further control. So you can move the sliders left and right, and you can essentially change the way the image looks. Right? Let me reset that. The other option you have is to change the color. So sometimes you would want to have a single tone color like this, and this is how you can create those accents. Artistic effects is probably not something you would use very frequently because these are quite dramatic changes to the picture. For example, look at these. I mean, it's good to have, but then again, I'm not really sure how much would you be using them. But if you feel that this is something you want to use, definitely have a look at it. But be very careful when you're using them because, like I said, the changes can be quite dramatic. Let me select one of these. Let me select the paint brush. Now this looks nice, but what if you want to make further changes to it? So I will go to artistic effect options, and you can see that we can actually manipulate the brush size as well. So if I make it 0, this is how the original image looks. And as I increase the brush size, you will see that it starts to look more like a watercolor painting. Let me make a copy. Now, what happens is that as you keep on adding more and more images, the size of your presentation will also increase. For example, if the original image is 5 MB in size, the PowerPoint essentially becomes 5 MB heavier. For that, you have an option called compress pictures. And this allows you to reduce the PPI, that would be the pixels per inch, to either 220, 150, or 96. There is no perfect number here, but mostly 150 is what we stick with. And as you can see, there is an option to apply it to the current picture or to all the pictures. So I'm going to choose apply only to the current picture. And as you can see, now the resolution has been changed. You can obviously do this with multiple pictures that you have as well. All right. Other than this, you can also have different styles that you apply. Let me make this a little smaller to explain what I mean by that. So you have these different picture styles. So if you want to keep a frame, if you want to change the shape, completely remove the border and make it a soft rectangle, you can do all of that. There are quite a few effects here. Again, some of them might be too bold and a little unprofessional, but then definitely worth a look. Then we also have these picture effects, which are these presets, similar to the picture styles. And this is more detailed. So I can control, for example, how the shadow is going to come, right? So whether I want an inner shadow, an outer shadow, or a perspective like this. It's obviously impossible to cover all of these effects, but you should definitely spend some time and have a look at it if you work with a lot of images. For example, 3D rotation is something I use personally. Do you see these parallel effects? And they look really nice, don't they? Look at this one, for example. So once you have this effect and you would like to customize it, I can simply right-click, go to Format Picture, and here in 3D rotation, you can see that we have the axis here. So I can actually control it like this. And this is pretty cool, the way this works. All right, the next thing I want to show you is how you can work with GIFs. So you can go to a website like Giphy, and let's take something related to business from here. Let's just pick one. So I will take Kevin from the office. Right click.
Scranton Business Park. The bosses rarely meet. There's Michael Scott.
Save as. And I don't think that will work, but we should be able to download it. And let me see how to do that. Okay, that's a little odd. I don't seem to find that feature. No problem. Let me, oh, these are clips, my bad. So let's take something else. Let me take this one. So simply right click and then copy image, and then you can come back and then paste it. And how cool is that? You actually have a GIF that is playing inside your PowerPoint. There are many websites like this. I really like this one, but you can try other websites as well. The next thing I want to show you is 3D models. This was added to PowerPoint a few years back. And when you go to insert, we have shapes and icons, which I'll be covering in the next lecture. And we also have 3D models. Let me see the ones that we already have available as the stock 3D models. And you can see here that we have a bunch of options available. So I'm searching for something related to business. And let me just pick one of these. So I am going to pick this one. And we get a 3D model like this. Very cool, right? In another lecture, when we learn animations, you can also see how animations can be used to manipulate the 3D model. But for now, I'll just give you a small example. So in the 3D model, when I go to animations, you see that we have this animation called jump and turn. Let me just click on that. And this is how it will appear. So then we have a swing, we have a turntable, right? And then you can change the effect options as well. So for example, this is a turntable, which is set to an infinite continuous, which essentially means that it will keep on turning like this. The stock options that you have aren't too many, to be honest, but most of the common 3D model formats are accepted by PowerPoint. So if you have a design team, you can ask them to create these 3D models for you, and then you can use them in PowerPoint as well. Okay, so we have seen free images. I've shown you different types of files. And now we want to look at how we can create a photo album and then also remove the background from a picture. Let me create a new PowerPoint. If you have 15, 20 different images with you and you would like to save them in a photo album, you can go to Insert, select Pictures, and select the third option called New Photo Album. And all you have to do here is go to File. For me, this is on my desktop. So I'm going to select, let's say, 5 of these. insert, select all of them, and that is it. I can also choose if I would like to have one picture on each slide, or two pictures on a slide, or four pictures on a slide. So I'm going to choose two pictures on a slide. And as you can see, it creates a photo album for me. So in cases where you have like 100 or 150 images, please do not do all this manually, because you have such an easy way of doing this. Let's also look at remove background, everyone. So I have an image here, which is of Satya Nadella, and I would like to remove this background that is coming here. So the first thing is to right click and save it on my desktop. And I will just call it Satya. Now, even within PowerPoint, you do have an option. So when you go to picture format, on the left, we have remove background. And as you can see, it is working partly, but not perfectly. So I can say mark areas to keep and mark areas to remove. There are two options that we have. So if I select mark areas to remove, I can say I want to remove this part, but let's cancel that. And if I say I want mark areas to keep, then I can say that I want the clothes to be picked up as well. So I just have to draw a few lines, and as you can see, this is how it starts to detect what we want and what we would like to remove. And the moment you click on keep changes, you get the result. Pretty cool, isn't it? Unfortunately, it depends on the resolution of the image and the complexity. And the tool that you already have on PowerPoint is okay, but it's not really the most sophisticated. That is the reason why I will go online and then search for Adobe background removal. We have this on Canva as well, for that matter, but I'm not really sure if it works with the free version or not. Nevertheless, let me show you on Adobe. So I will upload my photo. And that's it. The moment you upload your photo, it automatically detects what you want to remove, and you get a perfect crop like this. Let me download it, come back, and then import it. And you can see that we have a beautiful remove background like this. Very cool, right? So in this lecture, we have seen free images, types, remove background, format, reduce size, 3D models, and photo album. And the final topic I would like to cover is on how you can crop to shape. Now, let us say we only wanted Satya Nadella's face and we don't really want the bust. For this, if I right click and crop it, you notice that the shape still remains a rectangle, but that's not really what we want. So we will go to picture format and then select crop, and then I will select crop to shape. And here we have an option, which is an oval, right? We select that, but it's not really quite what we want. So I will right click and crop one more time. And then I can use these black handles to just select the part that we want like this. I think that looks good. Just click outside and let me apply a picture effect as well. Which one should we choose? Let's just stick with this and maybe apply a slight picture border as well. No, I want a different one. Let me select something with a preset. Yeah, I think this is good, right? So you can see you get an effect like this. And when you add a border, it will look like a perfect circle. Hi, everyone. In this lecture, we want to look at how we can work with icons. I have 3 examples that have been given here. So we have a report like this, another one, and then a third one. Now, any professional report that you read, you will see that they use icons absolutely everywhere. So if you're still on the fence and you're wondering, is it professional to use a lot of icons? I hope this convinces you that some of the best, most professional firms in the world are using icons. And as long as you're using them effectively, they add a lot of value to the report. So we want to look at how we can get free icons and use the inbuilt icons. How we can use something called SVG, which is scalable vector graphic, and a little bit of background on the different types of icons that are available so that you can make the right decision. Let us first look at the inbuilt icons that we have. We go to insert, and next to the shapes option, we have icons available. And you can see here that we have images, which I covered in the previous lecture. Then we have a bunch of different icons available. We have cutout people. This is also very helpful where you want to present something not using cartoons, but by using real people. We have stickers available. Then I have videos as well, which I'll be covering later in another lecture. We have illustrations, and then we have cartoon people. Cartoon people was added very recently. So the advantage here is that you can have a blank face, and on top of that face, you can have different expressions that you want to show. For example, look at these. All right. Let us select an icon here. So I want to select maybe something related to money. And let me choose these. Now, what you have here is a scalable vector graphic. That means that no matter how much you zoom in, it will never really get blurred. And in graphics format, I can also change the graphics fill. So we can change the color as well, which is very cool. And if you remember from one of the early lectures, you can press Ctrl Shift and then drag it to the right. That creates a copy, and followed by Ctrl Y to repeat that action like this. Once again, I can select all of these and then drag it down and make more copies like this. So a very quick, easy way of creating something like this. But let us say that you really want to have more control over these icons. For that, there are 2 websites that I recommend. One is called Undraw, that would be UNDRAW. And you can see here that I can choose the base color. So I'm going to choose a slightly bluish color here. I think that looks good. And you have hundreds of icons available. You even have a search bar. So if you're searching for something specific, let us say something related to Office, you can see that they have a bunch of icons available like this. If you want something related to analytics, you have a bunch of icons related to that. Let me download one of these. So I want to select this one, and not as a PNG, but as a scalable vector graphic. Let me go back and then import my scalable vector graphic. Now, what is special about this is that I can right click and then go to group and ungroup it. It says that it is an imported picture. So do you want to ungroup it? We do. So we click on yes. And you notice that it breaks down into different parts, which is so cool, because now if I want to, let us say, make another copy, I can do that. If you want to change the color, we can do that as well. And if you don't like something, for example, let us say I would like to change the curve, I can go to shape format, edit shape, and then edit points. I had covered this in the lecture on shapes. And you can see that I can actually change the shape here as well. How cool is that? Like this. And remember, if you want to have a gradient, I can right click, go to format shape, go to fill, add a gradient. Let me choose a few colors here. So I'm going to choose a blue here, and I want to choose a dark blue here, like this. Maybe let's make this a little lighter. Now we get this beautiful effect that comes here. But the point here is that by making it a scalable vector graphic, whatever you need to modify, delete, copy and paste, mix and match, you can do all of that. Another website is Icon Finder. They also have a really large list of icons available. So if I'm searching for something related to travel, you can see we have a lot of icons available. Let me select the free ones and look here. I can also go to another website called Flat Icon, which also has these packs available. Unfortunately, a lot of them are paid, but if you are willing to pay a little bit of money, it's definitely worth the expense. Even on Canva, when you're searching for icons, so let me search for icons here. Let me select something like this. And what we want to do here is to create some space. So I'll just remove the last row and we will go to elements. And you can see here we have different types of elements available. And if you're searching for icon, you can see you have a lot of different icons available as well. Let's just select some of them. So I'm going to select something related to a car. We'll pick one of these. I will add it here. And then I'm going to download this, right? Only the first page is what we need. But look carefully. I'm not downloading it as a PNG. I'm going to download it as with a transparent background as a scalable vector graphic. Do keep in mind, this is only available on the paid version of Canva. Download. Let's come back, create a slide. And you can see here that we have this image. Just like we did earlier, we will ungroup it. And you see this, it has got broken down into different parts. So you can mix and match however you would like. All right, so we have seen the inbuilt icons. We have seen how we can take an SVG and then ungroup it and customize it. We've also seen how we can create something like this, which are aligned icons. What I would like to do now is to just give you a little bit of background on the different types of icons that you have available. So these are icon categories and different icon style reference guide. And if I just scroll down, you can see that we have the same icon here, but look at the different ways that it has been created. So we have a line, we have a filled outline, a skeuomorphic, which looks like a real object, and a colored shape. Even within them, we have shaded hand-drawn 3D gradient container standard. It's a beautiful article, and I would strongly suggest that all of you should read it. Even though this article has been written from the point of view of UI and UX, I think even when you're working on PowerPoint, you should definitely read it. This will help you quite a lot. And simply using icons is not enough. Being able to use it in the right theme and in the right size and of the right type is also something that you should be focusing on. And that can only happen, A, by reading a lot of other reports and seeing what other companies are doing, and B, by getting some literature behind it to try and see what fits well with the type of context that you have on your PowerPoint slide. Hello, everyone. In this lecture, we will look at how we can work with text. So we will see dictate, synonyms, translate, different ways of formatting the text box, using a shape along with the text box, and also how to remove the margin. So what I have with me here is a couple of paragraphs inside a text box. And what we want to do is to right click and then go to format shape. On the right side, we have a pane, and in this we can see the third option, which is size and properties. And here we can see size, position, and the text box option as well. Let us have a look at this. So what we're interested in is the vertical and the text direction. So the vertical alignment and the text direction. To explain this better, I'm going to take a slightly different example. So I will take a text box or maybe a shape, and we will just write hello world in it, like this. Now, if you notice, the text is exactly in the center and in the middle. But by going to the vertical alignment, we can change it to top, middle, bottom. And we can also change the text direction like this. We can even stack it if you want. So let me change it back to horizontal and put it in the top. The other very useful feature we have is the ability to auto resize the text box. For example, right now we have some text inside this shape. And the problem is that if I increase the size of the shape and if I decrease the size of the shape, the text as such is not changing at the same time. But we would like that to happen. So what I'm going to do is to use the option called shrink text on overflow. By default, it is set to do not autofit, and we want to select shrink text on overflow. Let's see what happens. So assuming my original font size is 28, the moment I reduce it, you will notice that the text font size is decreasing automatically. This can again be a huge time saver, because many times you create a shape with some text in it, and then you realize that you don't want to have the same size of the shape, so you can change that later as well. And there is another option called resize shape to fit text. And as you can see, here, when I decrease the shape, it is not really reducing the font size. But if you notice, as I add more text, I'm just copying the same thing one more time. You will notice that the shape itself is increasing in size when I do that. Assuming we had selected do not auto fit and I had copied this, you will notice that the shape did not increase in size, right? But by selecting resize shape to fit text, the moment you add more text, the shape will also increase in size automatically. Personally, I feel the do not auto fit is the last option that you should be using. Either shrink text or resize shape is what you should be looking at. After that, we also have the option for the margins, which are fairly simple to understand. So from here, I can increase the margin so that there will always be some gap between the border of the shape and the text. This makes the text more readable. And then we have the final option for columns. And here we can make it 2. In fact, let me do this with the other example, since we have more text here. So I can select columns and then we can make it 2 or let's say 3, and it will automatically break it into 3 columns. And this is how you would have seen a lot of professional reports are created, where you have 3 or 2 different columns. Of course, you can't do it manually. So this is the correct way of doing it. Let's again write something here. Now, a lot of these formatting options that you use regularly are available on a right click. So if you select the text and right click, you will see that we have this mini toolbar that opens where I can change the font size. I can also choose increase, decrease. There are shortcuts for it as well. I can also increase or decrease the list level, which is similar to sort of the margin that we created earlier. After that, we have the option to put a highlight to change the font color, left, right, center alignment, bold, italic, underline, and obviously changing the case as well. I want to show you a very interesting effect. And this is something you will see in a lot of Accenture reports. So again, I'm opening a report by Accenture. And you will see that they have this habit of using gradients a lot. Let me see if they have something in text as well. I cannot see any text that has the gradient in it, but let me have a look at another report. All right, so I'm not really able to find exactly what I want to show you, but let me show it to you on PowerPoint. You will notice that after selecting the text, we have an option called gradient fill. We have already done this in the lecture on shapes. And in gradient fill, I don't want to change the gradient of the entire shape. So what we want to do here is to select text options, and here we will select gradient fill. And again, we can keep a beautiful gradient. So I'm going to keep one color here and a different color here and change the direction from left to right as well. Let me also add one more color so that our gradient now looks like this. Let us increase the size so that you can see it properly. And I'm also going to change the font into Arial black. that is a more bold font. So that will allow you to see the result more prominently like this. So you get this beautiful gradient effect, which you can do directly on text as well. All right, let us now look at a few AI features. So what I'm doing here is to simply create a blank text box. And then in the top right corner, we have dictate. This is powered by Microsoft Speech Services, and it is only available on Microsoft 365. You can see they have a bunch of different languages here, and they keep on adding more and more. So for example, I want to select English India and click on the dictate button. The dictate feature allows you to speak to PowerPoint, and it will convert your speech into text in real time. Microsoft has been building on this feature for the last few years, and they keep on improving the quality of the results. And this is a feature that can help you immensely in a wide variety of situations. Let us say you want to take down notes, or maybe you're just in a hurry and you want to create a lot of text inside the text box. As you can see, it works really well, and all you need to do is to click on a button and it essentially converts speech into text. What we can also do here is to now make some changes. For example, there is a word, let us say help, and I would probably want to look at a synonym. So we can simply right click and then select synonym and open the thesaurus. And here you can see we have synonyms and antonyms that have been given to us. So it's a little bit like Grammarly, even though Grammarly is much more sophisticated. For simple things like just looking at synonyms, sometimes you want to search for an alternate word, or you're using the same word too many times and you would like to change that. This is a great way of doing that. Okay, the next thing I want to show you is how you can translate all of this. So simply right click, and there is a translate feature now, and that allows you to select any language that you want. For example, we are selecting Hindi here, and you can see in one click, we get the translation. Now, whether it's better or worse than what Google is doing, I will not really comment on that. Personally, I've had mixed experiences. Sometimes I feel Google is better, sometimes Microsoft is better. But one thing I can assure you is that Microsoft is extremely persistent on making this feature amazing. So they're investing a lot of time and effort into it. And I have seen how the feature has been improved over the last few quarters. And it's exciting to be able to do this directly on PowerPoint. One other small thing I want to show you is that when you have made a shape, let us say a circle, and you write something in it. Now, the problem is that if I increase the size, you will notice that right now it is at 32, but if I increase my size even a little bit more, it doesn't actually expand in a single line, it breaks into 2 lines. And that might not be a good thing. Now, how do you fix this? I can go to size and properties, and there is the margin, and I can reduce that. So I can make it 0. And now you notice when I increase the size, it takes up a little more space, but it still is not really occupying the entire space. The way I personally like to do this is to create a text box and We will keep the text box on top of the circle that we have created. And now I can increase the size. And this gives you more control because now you're able to increase the size and take it till the boundary of the circle. Let me make this a little larger, so maybe 49. Right, as you can see, to the user who sees this, this is as if you have written the text inside the circle, but you haven't really done that. You have created a shape and a text box separately. So this was a very short lecture, everyone. There's not really a lot to say when you're working with text. The only advice I can give is to read a lot of reports, and that way you can try and see how other people are presenting their text. For example, if I look at this report by Accenture, it gives me an idea how text and charts have been interspersed and put together. Hi, everyone. In this lecture, we want to look at how fonts work. The reason most people ignore fonts, even very seasoned PowerPoint users, is because they somehow feel that working so deep with fonts is not really meant for the average person. It's meant for designers. But I feel personally that learning how fonts work, learning when to pick the right font for what context you want to present, and being able to utilize additional fonts that other people might not be using can really be a USP on its own. So that is what we want to focus on. We want to see how typography works, and I want to show you how you can get a lot of other free fonts off the internet and how to put it in PowerPoint. All right, so the first thing I want to do is to go online and show you typography terms. Again, we don't really want to get into too much detail here, but just like colors are important at a subconscious level, so is typography. And these are the different terms that we use in typography. So if you're referring to typography and you're speaking to a designer, these things would come up. Like I said before, you don't have to really learn everything or remember it, but it's handy to be able to identify some of these key things at least, and that will really enable you to identify good reports and be able to recreate it. All right, so I'm going to take you through this very broadly. You can obviously go and read it in detail if you want to. And at least once, I feel everybody should read it. Okay, so what we're talking about is the typeface and the font file. The font file is essentially a file that contains the font. We know what characters are, and then we have alternate characters, right, which are non-standard, right, like this. And I'm sure most of you would have heard of serif and sans serif. So whenever you have the short line or stroke versus no embellishments, that is how you distinguish between them. Every font will obviously have an italicized font. The baseline refers to the line above which most of the letters and characters sit, and the cap line being the upper boundary. X height refers to the lowercase letters. So if you look at this E and an O, that is where the X height is coming. For the tracking and the letter spacing, it's very clear. We have a normal, tight, and loose. Kerning is something which might be confused with tracking, but if you notice carefully, kerning refers to the horizontal spacing between two consecutive characters. And why is this important? When you want to ensure uniformity and reduce the gap, especially the white spaces, for certain letter combinations. For example, when we have this W and an A, because they are both slanting in the same direction, you might decide to make it a little closer or not. Leading line spacing, again, is very clear. That is the vertical spacing. Then you have the anatomy of a letter. This is where we get into a lot of depth. Essentially, the stroke is the linear element that forms part of the character, which can be straight or curved. The stem is usually vertical of a letter form. The arc, as you can see, is the curved stroke. The foot is the part that lands on the baseline. For example, for the H and the L and the T and the R, there is nothing for the E and the O. Then we have the descender, which is the part below the baseline. Ascender is the part above the baseline. The joint refers to the part where the stroke connects to a stem. Apex is the uppermost connecting point, and this can be rounded, flat, blunt, a variety of different things. Then you have the vertex, which is what we have with a V and a Y, where the bottom of the character, where the two strokes meet. The crotch is the inside angle for a W and a Y. Then you have the arm, which is very clear, the horizontal stroke that does not connect to a stem. The leg is very clear, the descending stroke. The shoulder is the curved stroke coming from the stem. Then you have the bar and the crossbar. Then you have the cross stroke, which is for the T's and the F's. The bowl is the part we have in a D and an A and a P, right? So that's the oval or the circle that we have. Remember, the one we have in the G is called a loop. Then, of course, counter is the partially enclosed area. I mean, it's not really enclosed always, but then it seems that the area is enclosed. The aperture is the opening of partially enclosed negative space, right? Like this. Then you have the double story and the terminal. As you can see, there is a lot of stuff here. I would want you to read all of this because I feel this will help you in a lot of ways. It can be quite overwhelming. And remember, you don't have to remember anything. You just have to get a sense of how all of these things work. All right, the next thing I want to show you is some samples. So this again is on Canva, and these are all free fonts, right? So they have given you an example, and you can see if this is what you would like to use in your own reports as well, right? Some of them, of course, are quite bold, and you might want to use them for a cover or for the heading or the title. And some of them are a little simpler that you might want to use in your actual text, right? And there are, of course, loads of examples that have been given here. Let me show you how to download and install it, right? So let's pick one. Let us say I have my Archivo Narrow. There are not one or two or three, but many websites that have free fonts. Of course, there are paid fonts as well. So I will click on the link. And we would like to download this, right? Let me just see how we do that. All right, I'm not really sure how the download works on Behance, but what I will do is I'll show you one of the other websites from where you can download it, right? So let us go to Font Squirrel, something I have used personally many times. And as you can see, we can simply download the OTF. Let's open the zipped folder and I would now like to unzip this. So extract. Okay, and after extracting it, you will see that we have a folder and you have all these different files in it. Let's pick one that we would like to install. Now, to prove to you that the font that we have here, you notice that I already have this font with me. If I zoom in, you can see this. I already have the font with me because I've already downloaded it before, right? But let's pick a different one. So I'm going to take, let's say, the one which is light, and you simply have to right click. Let me first close PowerPoint. I just have to right click and then say install. It takes a few seconds. The font gets installed. There is no prompt that comes that tells you that it has been successful. But now when you open PowerPoint one more time and you write something, you will see that now I have that font available here. As easy as that, right? Yes, it's a little bit of work, but as you can see, it's really, really worth the effort. And because it's only a one-time thing, and if you want to make your slides look special, look different, this is a great way of doing that. And before we wrap up, I would also like to show you that brands have their own fonts as well. For example, Netflix has its own font. If you look at Apple, they have their own font, which is called San Francisco. Then we also have Google that has their own font. So this just goes to show you that to create your own identity as a brand or as somebody working in the corporate, and you want to create your presentations in your own style, other than the other elements like the pictures and the videos and the colors that you're using, font also has a really, really important role to play. And the fact that not many other people are doing it can really help you have that USP. Hi, everyone. In this lecture, we will see how we can work with tables. A large part of your work will require you to get data from Excel files and put it on PowerPoint. And that is what we want to look at. So I want to show you how you can copy the table from Excel, the different ways to do that, how you can improve the look of a table that you're creating, and a very small topic on wingdings, since certain companies use that. So we are going to first start off by going to our Excel and having a look at the table that we have. As you can see, we have a simple table with order date, ship date, customer name, city, state, and the country. And I'm going to create a new slide, a blank slide. And after we select it and we do Control C and then come back and do Control V, look at the options that you have in the bottom right corner. So we have the option to use the destination style. That means the style already being used in the PowerPoint. Then I have the source formatting, which means it will look exactly like the Excel did. Then we have the option to embed a picture and text. Let us start with the easiest one. The last option is text. I don't think you will be using that a lot, but the option is there in case you just want to have the text. The next option we have is the picture, which is again very straightforward. Whatever you have copied from the Excel will get pasted as an image. So first we have the text. Next we have the picture. After that, we have either the destination style or the source formatting. So this is my source formatting. As you can see, the same color and everything else being the same. And if I choose the destination style, that means it will look the way my PowerPoint theme is working right now. And the final option that we have is to do an embed. Now, what the embed does is that it essentially creates a copy of the entire Excel file inside your PowerPoint. Let me explain that. It is not just the data that you have copied and pasted. The entire Excel file has been copied inside PowerPoint. Let me prove it to you. I'm first going to close my Excel. And you will notice that this is not linked to any other file. It is literally an attachment. So when I right click, it says that I can go to the worksheet object and edit it. When I do that, you will notice that within the PowerPoint application, there are Excel options that I can see now, which is very handy because now if I want to make a change, for example, maybe I would like to just delete this column. You can see that I can do that. And you can also see that I can create new sheets. So like I said, it's not a link to the other Excel. It's literally a copy of the Excel file that has been created. So you have to be very careful with this because if the original Excel file was 5 MB in size, for example, the size of the PowerPoint will also increase by 5 MB. A lot of people do not realize and they do an embed, but if the original Excel had 10 other sheets in it, those sheets are getting embedded as well. So if you only want to embed one single sheet, please delete all the others and then do it. Or after pasting it, please delete all the other sheets like this. All right. This looks like an image and it will work like an image, but then you should know that at any point you can open it and then you can make changes to it. Also, if you're doing it, please maybe put a message box notifying the user that they can edit it, because it might not be obvious to them that this is not an image, but an embedded Excel file. Now, there are two other things as well, in addition to what I have shown you. One of them is not pressing Ctrl V, but rather to go to paste and then select paste special. So after copying the Excel, I went to paste special. Now, let me first open the Excel as well. Now, once we do a Ctrl C and I come back and I do paste special, you will notice that there is an option called paste link. And in this, we want to select the first one, which is Excel worksheet object. If you look carefully, it also says sheet 1, R2, C2, R14, C7. That means second row, second column, 14th row, and the 7th column. So when I click on OK, it again looks very similar to the one that we did before it. But this time, you will notice that this is a linked worksheet object, right? And I can also update the link. So what that means is that if any change happens on the original Excel, which I'm doing right now, let us change the first country to India, you will notice that the change reflects in the PowerPoint as well. So not the entire Excel file that has been copied in the PowerPoint, not been embedded. It is just the area that I copied from B2 till G14, and that has been linked with the PowerPoint. This can be very helpful as well, because if you want a change to happen in PowerPoint when the Excel changes, you can do this. One more thing you can do, if you want to link different data sets, that means a part of one file, a part of another file, this would not work because this is essentially creating a link for the entire range that you selected. But if you want to select specific ranges, maybe from different workbooks, then you can go to insert table, and don't just insert a normal table like the one you see here. Go to an Excel spreadsheet. What that does is it creates a blank Excel file like this. And now I can go to my Excel. I will do Control C, come back and then go to paste special and then select the last option, which is paste link. In fact, the second option in the last row, paste link. And now if you notice, let me also auto fit the column width, you'll notice that a formula bar is appearing. And here you can see that it has created a link with that Excel, which is tables.xlsx, sheet 1 and B2. And this is great because unlike the previous example, now if I, for some reason, don't want two column, I can simply right click and delete it. Let us say you want to relink this to another file. I can go to data and then click on edit links. What you do in Excel as well to change the source, you can do that. This again is something I use a lot of the time. And the reason I really like this is because it gives me complete control over what I want to link, what I want to hard code, maybe pulling in values from multiple files as well, right? Like this. Again, when you look at it, it doesn't tell you anything really. But then if you right click, you can go to worksheet object and edit it. And you can see that I can edit it directly on PowerPoint. And remember, it has been linked to the other Excel file, right? Okay, let's come back. Now, one more thing I would like to show you is that a lot of time when you are copying the data, let's take an example. There might be some issues with the data. You know, maybe they have some extra spaces in them, right? Or maybe the width is not really what you would like. How do we fix all of that? So I'll again copy and then come back and paste. Now you notice that I'm okay with the way it has been pasted, but then I'm not really happy with the font size and the fact that the column width is unequal. Now, if you increase the size of the table, you notice that the font size does not increase automatically. The tip that I would like to give you here is to press Shift when you're increasing the size, and now you notice the font size increases at the same time. Once you have done this, you have the table design and the layout option. In layout, you can choose the width here, and you also have many other options such as distribute rows and distribute column. For example, if I select distribute columns, you will notice that each column becomes the same width, which can be very helpful. Let me put everything in the center as well. And you will see that it looks really, really neat right now. One more problem you might have faced many times is that the height of each row is different. And it's very irritating to go and have to change it manually. What I can do here is to simply say distribute rows, and whatever space was there, the rows change accordingly so that the space becomes equal. Or you can also go to the height and then manually change it to, let us say, 5, like this. One more thing that I like to do is to select the headings and then select text direction and rotate it like this. This can be very helpful, especially when you have a very large number of columns with you. Like this, right? And this looks great. Let me put it in the middle as well. Then you have a few other small options. For example, you have split cells. Let's say there is a cell and for some reason you want to split it into 2 parts. I can just say split cell and then say like this. So for some reason, if I had an old name and I have a new name, which is maybe only Aaron B, I can put it like this. Then we have the option to merge cells as well. So if you have 2 of them and you want to merge it, simply click on merge cells and that merges it. What else? Yeah, that is about it. And in table design, you have the option of a different color for the header row, for the total row, alternate colors for each row, for the first column, last column, and banded. And here again, you have a lot of different options with you. So I can choose different colors. And this is a great way of making your tables look a lot better with very little effort. And if you have the time, you can also create your own templates for the table style. One other thing I like to do is to change the border. So in the border, I will increase the width, let's say 3 point, and then keep it as a solid line, and then change the color to something else, let us say dark green, and then apply it to the entire table like this. So experimenting with borders is also something not a lot of people do, but as you can see, it looks really, really good. So look at the example that I've given here. This is from a Nielsen report. And just see how beautiful this is. There is a black heading with white text so that it's high contrast. And then you have these blue colors with a bold for the heading and then no bold for the values. Again, here as well, this is a iSure annual report. You can see the way they have presented it. It looks really good. I will also give you one other example. This is an example to show you how you can work like a consultant and then clean the tables that you're working with. Okay, so let us say you have a table like this, which is typically what you would prepare on Excel. The first thing you would do is to remove the colors completely. It's always better to put your colors from scratch rather than trying to fix what was there on the Excel. Then I remove the grid lines, remove the fill colors as well, remove the border, remove the bold, left align the text, that is the standard that we usually follow. Right align the numbers, that's again we usually do, both for numbers and for date values. Align the title with the data, so the text heading is left and the number heading is right. Resize the column to the data, so it looks cleaner. Look at the difference between this and this. Put white spaces to work. So if you notice, there are three types of roles we have. We have face, heel, and jobber. And I'm using white space here so that they look as if it's part of one unit. So the first 5 rows, the next 4, and the next 3. Also use consistent precision. So we don't need to have multiple decimal numbers. We want to restrict it to a single decimal. And in the case of the number of fans, since we have 0 after the decimal point, there's no point of keeping it. We'll make it a rounded number. We can even round it more. Like nobody wants to read 988,000 or 9.8 lakhs. It's better to put it as thousands like this. Also remove repetition. So if you notice, there's no point of repeating the item multiple times. This looks much cleaner and is perfectly readable. Also experiment with the font. Don't use the standard fonts that you use on Excel. In PowerPoint, you should experiment with fonts. Also add more emphasis. So anything you want to highlight, just put it in a high contrast color. And remember, less is more effective, attractive, and impactful. Look at the before and the after. Again, when you read other reports, let us say EY, banking, PDF, this is an excellent way for you to see how other firms create their tables, right? And there's a lot to learn from here. Let me just try to find something from KPMG because I really like the tables that they create and the colors that they use. So we might have to do a little bit of hunting, but I'm sure we'll find it. Okay, let's search a little bit more. And it's one of those things when you're searching for something, you will never find it. But let's not give up. Let us keep on searching. Let's try searching for a different sector. Let's search for consumer packaged goods. And okay, we have finally found one. So as you can see, these are tables. And similar to the example I just showed you, you will notice that they are typically not going to keep a complete border. So there has to be a lot of white space in it. And look at the way we have a title. The numbers are right aligned, the text is left aligned. This is usually the standard that you would see in all the reports. So just to recap, the best way for you to get ideas as to how you should be creating tables is to look at ready-made reports that are there and then just try to recreate it if you like it. There is one other small thing that you can do in a table by using a symbol. For that, let me just create a new column to the right. And what we can do now is to, rather than keep a shape, which would be very difficult to align, we can keep different symbols inside these cells. For that, we go to Insert, and then we select Symbol. Okay, now you can see the font that we have selected here is called Wingding. That would be WINGDINGS. And you can search for Wingdings. Then you have Wingdings 2, and then you also have Wingdings 3. It is not a very large list, but you can see that you do have a few options available. And these act like characters. So if I want to have an up arrow, I can simply insert that. Let us say we want a down arrow as well. And because these are not shapes, but characters, now I can change the font color and change the font size like this. The reason these are good is because these are characters, so it's easy for them to be a part of the table. Rather than creating a shape and then trying to align it with the table, you'll find it easier to work with these because you can just copy and paste them. Hi everyone. In this lecture, we will look at morph, animation, and zoom effect. There's a lot to cover. And so far we have seen in the course how we can make our PowerPoint look better, use the right font, use the right colors, set it up properly using images, icons. But if you really want your PowerPoint to go to that next level, then you really have to use morph, animation, and zoom effect. So we will go through it one by one. We will look at a few examples. So I'm going to show you how you can use morph with icons, how you can use morph with a progress bar, how can you use morph with simply a bar, animation with text, animation with a shape, and then of course the zoom effect as well. Let me remove this part. So let us come to our example. First, let's look at the icons. Now, what we're doing here is I'm going to take a single icon. So insert icons. And I'm going to search for something related to business. And let me pick maybe the one with the briefcase. Let us also color it differently, like this. If you remember, in the lecture on icons, I also mentioned that you can ungroup them. So right-click, group, and ungroup. And now you can also change the color like this. Okay, even though this one we could not ungroup beyond this, if you would like to do that, then you can go to icon finder. Let us search for a briefcase here. We will be searching for a free icon. And I like a few of these. Let's just pick maybe this one. Download it as a scalable vector graphic. We come back to PowerPoint, import the icon, and now we can ungroup it completely. So you can see that I have complete control over the colors that we want to keep. Let's do that. Perfect. Let me group it again and then make it a little smaller. In fact, let me save it as a picture. And we are good to go. So we have a briefcase here, and I would like to show that 7 out of 10 of travel happens via a certain website. So we want to say 70% of the travel happens via a specific travel website. So we have an icon here related to travel. And what I will be doing is I will create a copy using Control Shift and drag, and then make 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. So we have made 10 of these. Let me just put it in the center. And now we want to align everything to the left. So select all of them and then go to align. And we will align everything to the left. Now you and I know that there are 10 icons, one behind the other. But to the user, there is only one single icon, right? So we will now make a duplicate slide. And on the duplicated slide, I'm going to take the icon, select all of them, and then in align, we will say distribute horizontally. We're essentially doing the reverse. After we overlapped all the icons, now we want to spread them all back again. Once we have done this, right now the change cannot really be seen, right? What I would like to do here is to go to transitions and then apply the morph transition. And you will see that this effect comes. And how do you know that the morph transition has even been applied? Let me highlight that for you. If you look at the arrow, you can see that there is a small icon here, and this tells you that there is a morph transition applied to this slide. Now, if you hover your mouse, it even tells you how to create the morph transition. So step number 1, you have to duplicate this slide. You have to move a few things around and then apply the morph transition. Now, how do I emphasize that 70% of this has to be selected? We will once again duplicate it. And then I'm going to select the last 3 and then recolor it. So I'm going to color it slightly grayed out, right? Like this. One more time, you will notice that first the icons expand and then the last 3 get grayed out. Now, maybe I also want to move them in a specific order. How I'm going to do that is to again right click and duplicate, and we will select 5 of these and we'll bring it in the second row, and we're going to take these and bring it here. Let's see the effect. So first they expand, then the last 3 get grayed out, and then you get this. Looks beautiful, right? And maybe now you want to ignore the 3 that have been grayed out. So once again, right click and duplicate. We will delete these 3, and we want all of these to come. Since there are 7 of them, we want them to come in 2 rows plus 1, right? So what I'm going to do here is to make one of them come here, and this one comes here, and all of these come in the center like this. So by now, I hope you get the idea how you can create step-by-step effects like this. Let us take a different example. So I'm going to first create a shape. So insert shape like this, and we are going to set the width and the height, right? So the height can be 1.32, but I'm going to keep the width as 20. And let me make one more and a third one. Now on top of this, we want to keep another shape. Let's first color them gray. So we'll make these gray and remove the outline. And on top of this, we want to keep another 3 shapes. So copy and paste. And what I would like to do is to make this 75%. Since the complete width is 20, we'll make it 15. And we will also color it as a green color. Here we want to make 50%, so we'll make it 10 and make it yellow color. And finally, we want to make it, let us say 10%, so we'll make it a width of 2 and we will color it red. But we want to make some change on this, right? We want to say how these values are moving. So I'm going to put it in the center like this. Right click and then duplicate. And here we want to make some change, right? Let us say this 15 becomes 10 and the color changes to yellow. Here the value becomes even smaller, so it becomes 5 and it becomes red. And the last one increases, so it becomes 18. And I'm going to change this to green. Now, after we apply the morph transition, you will see that it is not working. Now, this is very interesting because why is it that the shapes are shifting? The reason is because, and it's quite interesting, the reason is because you have kept the same color on a different shape. So rather than increasing the width or reducing the width, what it thinks is that you actually want to move the position of the shape, right? Let me do that one more time. So I have my green, I'm going to make it lesser, right click and duplicate. And if we apply morph transition, you will see that let me do it one more time. Okay, so I have right click and duplicate, and on the second slide, we will reduce the width. Now see what happens. Once we apply the morph transition, it becomes lesser like this, right? But the moment you change the color to a yellow, it works like this, right? And we are going to select the second one, increase and change it to a green color. But now it shifts, right? Now this is the limitation when you're working with morph. While it is a very easy feature to work with, and I will be showing you one more example after this, what happens is that you can't really control it the way you want to. And that is why you still have to learn proper animations, which I will be covering for you. But I just wanted to emphasize the fact that one limitation of morph is that you have to create a very large number of slides, and they can become quite difficult to manage. Also, in certain cases, it might not really work the way you want them to. And obviously, it is not nuanced. So you can't control the speed, you can't control the order. While it works, in certain cases, you still have to learn proper animations. But that is not to say that it is not helpful. And I want to prove that by giving you an example before we go to proper animations. I'm searching for a map here. So I can just go to Google Maps and take a screenshot like this. Let's come back and put it here. All right. Now, what I would like to do is to show the movement from one to the other. So I'm going to make a copy, Control C, Control V. And then we will go to picture format, crop, and crop to shape. And we want to crop it as a circle. Here, the only option you have is an oval. That's the one we will select. But this is not quite what we wanted. We wanted to select a small area on the map. So I will click on crop one more time. And then using the black handles, I'm going to reduce the area of my selection and just select the area that we wanted. Let us say Taravati Hospital. And this I'm going to keep above the original image in a way that it blends perfectly, right? As you can see, now to the user, it will seem that it is only one image, but you and I know that there are two images. Right click and duplicate the slide. And on the second image that we have, which is the cropped area, let us apply a picture effect. So I'm going to apply a preset, something like this. Looks cool. And on the original image in picture format, we can change the color and I will make it a little grayed out, right? Like this. In fact, let me make it a little more grayed out, like this. After this, we would again like to right click and then create a duplicate slide. And on the third one, right click and crop. So we want to recrop the circle and select a different area on the map. So let us go to Lal Bahadur Shastri Hospital and we will put it here. Now, this looks great, right? The fact that you're able to highlight different areas on the map. But see what happens once you apply a morph transition to the second and the third slide. So we can go to transitions and select morph. And when we go full screen, in the original slide, we can see that there is a map. And when we go to the next slide, we get a highlighted area like this. And on the final movement, the selected area actually moves on the map to the new area that we have. Right? So as you can see, morph does have its uses. In a lot of cases, it makes your work easier compared to doing normal animations. But yes, if you want to have complete control over all of these things, then you have to use the proper animation that you have. Let us look at some examples using animations now. So I'm going to create a new slide. And let us start with a single shape. So insert shape, and let me keep a square. I'm going to make one more of this. And we want to name them differently. So the first one, which is blue in color, I want to call it blue square. And the other one will become green square. To do that, we want to go to the selection pane. So we will go to arrange and select the selection pane. So rectangle 3, I can rename and call it green square. And then rectangle 4, we're going to call as, or it should be the other way around actually. So we have, this one is the blue square. And then this one is the green square. Perfect. Now that we have done this, I want to show you the different types of animations available. So on animations, we will first open the animation pane. Obviously, right now it is blank because there are no animations that we have created. Now I'm going to click on the blue square and add an animation. There are 4 groups of animations here. We have entrance, emphasis, exit, and motion path. Entrance is how an object appears. Emphasis is any way to emphasize that current object. Exit is how the object disappears or exits from the slide. And the motion path is how an object moves from one point to another point on the slide. Let me give you a very simple example. We will start with the appear. And you will notice that we get a number 1 with a mouse icon for the blue square. Now on the second, also I will say appear, and now we get 2 clicks. So each of these is a mouse click, and blue square and green square appears. If we right click, then there is an option called start with previous. That means that on a single mouse click, both of these things will appear at the same time. You will also notice that there is a number 1 here, and both the shapes have number 1 written on top of them. So now when we go on slideshow mode, you will notice that we are getting both of them at the same time. But what if you would like to have a delay between the first and the second one? For that, there are a couple of different ways of doing it. First option is you can double click or right click on the second square and go to effect options. And here in the timing, or you know what, this is actually not the correct way of doing it. Let me select blue square and green square. So on the green square, so let us say that you would like to have a delay between the 2 squares appearing on the screen. To do this, I can either select this green right arrow and then just move it to the right. Let us say after a 1 second interval. Let us see what happens now. Now when I click, the second shape only appears after 1 second. This is also available in the delay option here. So you can see that there is a delay here. If you double click on any one of these steps, there are a few additional options. So you can have a sound. You can also change the delay here. Here also you can choose on click with previous, after previous. And if you had some text with you, you could have chosen the text animation, right? All right, now we would like that when the first one appears, the second one is not present. And when the second one appears, the first one exits. To do that, on the first one, we will say blue square. Let me do it one more time on a different slide. Okay, so we will first say add animation appear. Now we'll again go back and say add animation and disappear. So now you get 2 actions. Then on the green one, we will say add animation and appear. And what we will do is, I will say that the second and the third should happen together. So right click and start with previous. This means that on the first click, the blue one appears, and on the second click, the blue disappears and the green one appears. Let us see how it looks. So first the blue one appears, on the second click, the blue disappears and the green appears. That's why you notice we have 1 and 2, and we have only 2 that has been given here. Let's do one more example. What if you would like to move one of these shapes from one point to the other? For that, we will go to add animation and motion path. So you can choose a straight line, an arc, a turn, shape, loop, or a custom path. So I'm going to choose a turn here. And the green is the start and the red is the end. So I can just select and make this red come in the center of my slide like this. You can also try a preview by clicking on play from, and you will notice this is how the animation works. Now imagine that while it is moving, you would also like to increase the size. Add animation, and there is an option called grow/shrink. Let's select that. Now you notice that it grows, but what if you would like to control the size that it grows to? So I will double click, and it says 150% by default. Let me change that to 200%. We can also choose if we wanted to grow horizontally, vertically, or in both directions. In this case, we wanted to go both. I can also go to timing and then set the duration to everything from extremely slow to very fast, right? So let's take an example. If I select extremely slow and I press OK, see what happens. It grows extremely slowly. Essentially, it takes 20 seconds for the shape to grow. Very helpful when you're talking and what you're saying is going to take you some time, and you would not like the animation to happen very quickly. You would like it to take some time. You can't customize it though, right, from here. But if you go to duration, you can see here that I can make it even 50 seconds, even though that's quite impractical, but you get the idea that now it will grow, but it will go really, really, really slow like this. Okay, let us set it back to 5 seconds, which is very slow. I think that should be good enough. And you can see that when I run both of them together, the result is going to be like this. So it is moving from point A to point B, and it is growing at the same time, right? Like this. But you will notice that the movement was very fast, but the growing took some time, right? So what I will do is that even on the movement, I'm going to double click and change the timing to 5 seconds. This way, what will happen? Both of these are synchronized. So while it is moving, the size is increasing as well. Right? Let's give it a shot. Do you see this? So while it is moving, the size is increasing as well. So I hope you can see how nuanced PowerPoint is, and you have a lot of control over how all of these things work. All right, now comes the part with a lot of experimentation, because when you look at animations, let me just make one more slide. You will see that within Appear, you have a lot of options. Within Emphasis, you have a lot of options within Exit and with Motion Path, right? So if I go to more entrance effects, you can see there is a lot of option available here. And some of these are only appropriate for certain types of context. So if you have a really professional slide, you might want to choose the more professional ones. And if you want it to be a little more out there, a little more creative, then you can try some more options here. So for example, if I do the peek-in, the good part is that there is a preview for all of these. So you can actually test them out before you take a call and finalize the one that you want to use. For example, the rise up is something I really like, this one, right? The center revolve is also good. And as you can see, there are a lot of different options that have been given here. All right. The same thing you have in the emphasis and the exit and the motion path as well. The next thing I want to show you is how you can trigger an animation. So add animation, and we will make it fly in. But what if you don't want it to fly in from the bottom up? So in effect options, I can choose the direction. So rather than from bottom, we will select from left. So it will come like this. Not all the animations have effect options, but a lot of them do. So you should definitely have a look at this as well. Okay, but how do we trigger the animation? For that, I'm going to create another shape. And this is going to act like a trigger. So I will just write play inside this. And we will say that for the first animation to be triggered, on trigger, we will say on the click of the second shape. Let me give it a name as well. So on selection pane, let me just call this the trigger underscore blue. And that's it. You select the first animation and you say that it should get triggered when we have clicked on the trigger blue. How that works is that when you go full screen, this acts like a button now. So when you click on it, the animation will run. So this is a good way for you to control the animations that are coming. Let us do one more example, a slightly more complex one. So here we have 6 points that have been given. And what I would like to do is to first apply an animation. So we will say add animation and let us say float in. In the direction, I will choose either float up or float down. So I'm going to choose float down. And finally, we also have an option which is as one object, all at once or by paragraph. Now, if I choose all at once, or if I choose as one object, or as by paragraph, you notice that there is no difference really, right? But when I say by paragraph, there is a subtle difference, which is that it will appear like this, right? So on each click, you get a new point. And this is very nice, isn't it? To be able to present your points. Let me do it one more time. So first, in our animation, we select any appear. So I'm going to select float in. Then in the effect options, I will select by paragraph. So they appear one by one on each mouse click. Why are there 6 numbers here? Because there are 6 clicks that are required. If you would like all of them to happen one after the other, then I can select right click and then say start after previous. That means this will be a staggered entry. So when I go full screen, the first one will appear and the second and the third and the fourth will appear one after the other. You can also choose the duration here. So if I make it, let's say 2 seconds, you will see that the first one appears, the second and the third. But then where is the 2-second duration here? For that, you have to make a delay like this. Let me just expand it so that you are able to understand it properly. Look at this. Right? You notice there's a delay between the first and the second and the third. Let us see how it looks. So on one click, the first one appears, but it takes 2 seconds to appear because that is the speed that we kept. There is a delay of 2 seconds and then the next one appears and so on. Okay. What if you would also like the color to be changed? So for this, I will initially put a fairly bold color. So I'm going to choose a blue here. Select all the points, and in animation, we will go to add animation and select the object color. In this, you notice the color changes. In effect options, I can choose a different color. So I'm going to choose a gray color here. And finally, we have to now intersperse or rather alternate these steps. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make this one come here. This comes below this. And I hope you see what we are doing here. The last one should be like this itself. And okay, let's see how it looks now. On the first click, we get the first point. It changes to gray, then the next one appears, it changes to gray, and then the third one appears, right? Like this. Don't be afraid if everything is not working properly the first time. Just give it a go and experiment with it till you get to the result that you want. I will do it one more time. First, in add animation, I will select float in. So we get a single animation. But that's not really what we want, right? We want 6 different animations to be there. So in effect options, we select by paragraph. So we get 6 different animations like this. And now you can put the color or some other effect that you would like. Let's do one more example. I'm going to select a smart art. So insert and then smart art. And we have a gear here, which I want to select, this one. Now we know that smart arts can be ungrouped. So Control-Shift-G. One more time. And now what we can do is I can select the first one. And in animations, we will say add animation, and we have something called spin. So it starts to spin. We also have an animation painter like the format painter. So animation painter on the second one and animation painter on the third one. Now, the only thing is that this one has to move anti-clockwise. So we can double click and say that it should move counterclockwise. And we also want it to repeat infinitely. So until the next click. We'll do the same thing with this one as well. It should repeat until next click. And in the third one as well, it should repeat until the next click. Right? So we have done it for all the 3. And you notice that on the first click, the first one starts to spin clockwise, but the first one stops, right? So let me just change the order here. So we have 1 and 2 and 3. And what we would like to do is to not set it to until next click, but we will want to select until end of slide. Let's do that. So until end of slide, same thing on the first one, until end of slide, and then finally on the third one as well, until end of slide. Perfect. Let's see what happens now. So on the first click, the first one starts to rotate. On the second click, this starts to rotate as well. And on the third click, the third one starts to rotate as well. Yes, it will require you some effort to make sure that everything is working perfectly. And like I said, don't be afraid of not being able to do it perfectly the first time. Keep on trying different combinations till it works. And remember, there is a lot that animations have to offer. And a lot of this is self-explanatory. For example, if I make a shape, you will notice that in the add animation, I have so many options here, and I can always go to more and then see a preview. That's the best part, right? So I can see how all of these will look. For example, here only the line color is changing, right? Or it becomes transparent, or it becomes a complementary color, right? Like this. This is very nice. I use this very often. It's called the color pulse. So what it does is, let me just set the color pulse to repeat 5 times, and we will set it to medium. And you notice that if you want to highlight something on the slide, it's such an excellent way of doing that. Right? You can also choose the alternate color here. Right? So look at this. So that would be my suggestion, to try out a lot of different combinations. Yes, it takes time, but it's definitely worth the effort. And to wrap up the lecture, let me finally go to my folder once again, and we will select the zoom effect. This was added quite recently on PowerPoint. And when you go to insert, there is an option called zoom. Why is the section zoom option disabled? Because we have not created sections. Let's do that. So what I will do is to first go to slide sorter, and I'm going to create section breaks, right? So here we will insert a section. We don't need to give it a name. Then one more time, after, or rather before the competition, we will insert a section, and then go to market and execution plan, right? So before the execution plan, we have a section, and then finally, before the GTM strategy, we have a section as well. Perfect. As you can see, everyone, we have a few sections that we have created. Let me collapse it. So you can see we have 5 sections here. What I would like to do now is to go to insert and then go to zoom and select the section zoom. It asks me which are the sections that we want. I'm going to select all of them and insert. Now, as you can see, they are inserted on the same slide, which might not really be very helpful. So let me undo it. And what I will do is that after the table of content, I'll insert a blank slide. And in this, we will insert the section zoom only for the section, not for the cover slide, right? Insert. Now we get 4 of these. Okay, now watch. I'm going to make them spread out a little bit like this. So let's give the first one here, then we have the second one, and then we have the third one, and then finally we have the fourth one. In the zoom option, you will also have to make sure that you have selected the return to zoom button here in the top left corner. Let us see how it works now. So when I go full screen and I move to the table of content, everything so far is like a normal PowerPoint presentation. But when we go to the sections, you will notice that now I can click and it zooms into that section. I can see all the slides in that section, and then it zooms back to the same page which has all the sections in it. And like this, I can just zoom out and zoom in like this. If any of you have worked on Prezi, I mean, I haven't worked on Prezi for many years, but I remember when Prezi was introduced, this was one of the killer features in Prezi, which now PowerPoint has also copied and is doing quite a good job at it. And if you would like this to be even better, then I can, play around with it a little bit. For example, you will notice that when I select this thumbnail, I have an option called change image. Let me select that. So I'm just going to choose a stock image. And since we are talking here about, what was it? This was the product overview and the competition, right? So I'm going to choose something related to a product. So stock images. And let us search for a product. And let's pick something. So let's pick this and insert. It replaces that image like this, right? Let me do it one more time with the competition as well. So change image, stock images. Let us search for competition. Let's pick one and insert, and this changes as well. And you can also make them move around a little bit. So I can have this here, and I can have this here, right? And then we have the third and the fourth one, right? So I'm just going to complete this entire example. So let us choose, I'm just choosing an image at random here. So let's not read too much into that. Let's just select another image. Perfect. And maybe we can now connect all of these. So insert shapes, and I will create an elbow connector here, right? And we're going to connect it like this. and also increase the weight a little bit and change the color as well. Let me also change the layout to a blank layout so that it looks very clean, right? Like this. Okay, so once again, we are selecting the path like this, and one final time, we are selecting like this. Perfect. And that's it. Let's see how it looks now. So you have the slide, and you can also click on it if you don't want to press the next button on the mouse. So I click on it, it zooms in, and then it zooms back, right? Then I click on this one, zooms in, and then zooms back, right? And it looks really, really good. I would suggest that you go online and look at a few examples that have been created, and I'm sure you will like it. We also have the summary zoom, and you also have the slide zoom, right? Very similar to what we did. The slide zoom allows you to select a single slide, and on the summary zoom, you can organize the presentation into sections, and it will automatically make a new slide with a summary zoom, right? So just try all of these out. So there you go. We have covered morphing, which is a great feature, very simple to use, but does not have the nuance in it. For that, you have to use proper animations. We did animation with shapes of 4 different types: entrance, exit, emphasis, and motion path. Then we also did animation with the text and the shape both, and we also showed the zoom effect. Hi, everyone. In this example, we will see how we can work with charts in PowerPoint. We have already seen in a previous lecture how to work with tables, and now let's look at charts. The first thing I want to do is to open an Excel file that we have. And let me keep it here. And as you can see, we have a chart here. When we do Control C, and I come back and do Control V, there are 5 options that appear. The simplest one is the picture, which essentially means that it is an image. Or you have source formatting and link data, which means that the format from Excel will be followed, but the data will be linked. Then you have the destination, theme, and link data, which means that the theme in the PowerPoint will be followed and the data will be linked. Then you have the source formatting and the embed workbook, which means that a copy of the Excel file is being created. And then you have the destination theme and the embed workbook. That means the format of the PowerPoint is followed and an embed workbook. Let us try these. So I'm going to do the embed workbook. And what this means is that if I right click and I would like to edit the data like this, this is allowing me to make changes, but it is not really connected to the Excel file that we have, which essentially means that a copy of the Excel file has been created inside the PowerPoint. That would be one way of doing it. Or I can again copy and paste. And this time we are going to select link data. By linking the chart, what happens is that, let me keep it side by side. You can see that I am now able to make a change to the Excel. For example, I make this 100 or let's say 500. You notice that the change is happening in both the charts here. Let's also look at the chart animation. So I'm going to select the chart, come back, and then paste it. And now in animations, we will select animation pane, and then in add animation, I will select any one that you would like. So let me go to more entrance effects, and let's try a few of these out. Let's do something simpler. So yeah, maybe the basic zoom is good. But we don't want the entire chart to appear as a single object. So on effect options, I can choose by series, category, element in series, and element in category. For example, when we choose by series, you will notice that each one of these elements come one by one, or rather each one of the series. So the grid line, the sales, and then the profit. If you choose by category, then you get north, west, east, and south. And if you choose by element in series, you get first the sales for northwest, east, and south, then the profit for northwest, east, and south. And then by finally selecting element in category, you're getting north sales profit, west sales profit, east sales profit, and south sales and profit. But what if you would like them to appear one by one with a small delay in between? For that, in the animation pane, I'm going to choose from the 2nd till the 9th and then select start after previous. And we will keep a delay of, let us say, 2 seconds. Let us see how that looks. So when I click, you notice that there is a 2-second delay for each one of these to appear. And this is a great way for you to present a story as well. Also remember that you don't need to have an Excel file to be able to create a chart inside PowerPoint. What we can do is to directly go to insert, and we have the option to create a chart. And the moment you create a chart like this, there is a Excel at the backend that has been created. And of course, you can change the numbers and modify it in the future if you would like to. For example, I want to call these category A, B, and C, and I would like to delete the 4th one, right? So you notice the chart gets updated automatically. One final tip that I would give you is to save the chart as a template. For example, if I go to change chart type, you will see that there is a templates folder, and I already have a template that has been saved here like this. But how is this even working? Whenever you have created a chart, let us say this one, and you have made a few manual modifications to it. For example, I'm changing the color to, let's just select a color at random. Like this, I can simply right click and then save it as a template. You can do this either in PowerPoint or on Excel. It saves it in a designated folder, so don't change that. The file type will be CRTX, don't change that either. And this is called chart1, I'll just save it. And how this helps me is that in the future, if you would like to create a chart with the same template, when you go to chart, simply select the templates folder and select the chart that you have created. There is no limit. You can create as many templates as you want to. Hi, everyone. In this example, I will show you how to work with video and audio. First things first, if you want to get audio samples or video samples, you can simply go to insert and then select stock images. And here you can see that we do have copyright-free high resolution videos available. And it is pretty cool that you have these options directly from PowerPoint. For example, I can just download a video and you can see that we get a video like this. Let us look at the settings that we have here. So in video format, I can crop, I can change the shape as well. I can add different styles. There is a poster frame that we can keep, and we can also do some color and corrections. So for example, I can change the color and also correct it in case you want to manipulate the brightness and the contrast. You can also go to playback and then set it to start automatically so that the moment the slide is opened, it will automatically start to play. And you can also select loop until stopped, which means that after it plays completely, it will play one more time. There is also an option to trim the video here. And you also have an option to add a bookmark. So for example, when I add a bookmark, you notice there is a yellow dot that comes here. And I can always select another point and then add a bookmark like this. All right, so let's see how it looks. You can see that the video plays and it will not stop once the video is complete. It will keep on playing. As you can see, once it ends, it keeps on playing in a loop. And because I can crop it, just like any other image, I can only focus on the part that we want, like this, if you wanted to, which is very cool. Where do we get videos from? We have already seen these websites earlier in this course, but you can go to pixabay.com and here you have sound effects and videos available, right? So I can go to sound effects and search for Office, and you can see quite a few sound effects are available. Same thing with videos. I can select videos and then search for Office, and a lot of free videos are available. Many more than what you will find directly on PowerPoint. Now let's say that there is a chart like this and you would like to annotate it. So rather than making shapes and highlighting different areas, what I can do is to leave small audio cues. So on insert, I can simply select audio and either select an audio that is already there on your system, an audio clip, or you can even record it directly like this. For now, I want to take an audio clip from the internet. So let me just download one of this, come back and then insert audio on my PC. And from my downloads folder, we will select that audio clip like this. And of course, you can set it to plain background, in sequence. You can set it to hide during show. Quite a few options are there. You can even trim it directly like this. But what if you want to record your own video? For example, let us say there is something on Excel that you are presenting and you would like to record that. To do this, I will go to Insert and then select Screen Recording. And I can choose the part of the screen that we would like to record. So I'll select area and maybe only this part we want to record. And we can either turn the audio on or off. For now, I'm going to keep it off. And you can also turn on or off the capture pointer, right? Whether you want to see this pointer or not. We click on record. And it starts to record and I can now do something. So let me write some numbers. Right click, format cells, custom, and in general, I will just put green in a bracket. What that does is all my values will come in green color. Now we can go back up and then either pause or stop the recording. And once you stop it, you will notice that the entire recording has now been embedded inside your PowerPoint slide, which is so cool because when you want to explain certain things to users, like you say, a picture is worth 1,000 words, a video is worth at least 50 pictures, right? Like this. If you want to save it separately as a video clip, you can also do that by saving the media on your computer. There is also an option to record yourself. So you can select record and then select either from the current slide or from the first slide. So I'm going to choose from the current slide. And you can see here that we can record whatever we are doing, and that will get saved as a recording on your system. I will not be able to show it to you now because I'm already recording this lecture, but all you have to do is to click on the record button, right? And then use it. Let me do it with another slide. So let me go to from current slide, click on the record button. And let us say we are presenting something, right? So I'm just making an arrow here. Once you're done, stop the recording. And you will notice that now this recording has been saved. Like let us say we are presenting something. Right? So I'm just making it. So I'm using two different cameras in my setup. One is for the lecture recording and the other is for what is being recorded on PowerPoint. Very handy feature as well. And of course, you can export to video as well. A new option that has been added is Cameo, which adds a camera feed to your slides. So when I click on that, you will notice that a feed is coming. Let me just turn on my camera. And you can see a feed like this can be added to your PowerPoint presentation. There is also an option for you to put a YouTube video inside PowerPoint. So simply go to Insert, Video, and then select Online Videos. And here you can simply paste the link. So I'm going to hop over to YouTube, and I'm going to select one of my videos, copy the link, come back, and then paste it here. And as you can see, the video is now inside my PowerPoint slide. So when I'm presenting, I'll be able to use this. Hello, everyone. In this example, we will look at how we can use options available on PowerPoint to save it as a PDF, video, GIF, a PPSX file, which is a PowerPoint show, as images, and how to protect it. All right. So the first option that we will look at is to go to File and then go to Save As. And in this, we have the option for a PDF. Nothing really much for me to tell you. It is a PDF file that is created. The other option we have is to save it as a video as well. So it will get exported as an MP4 file. And you can also export it as a GIF, which is very helpful because when you export it as a GIF, and let's say, save it on my desktop, it gets saved automatically. And if I run it, or rather open it, you will notice that a GIF of all my slides has been created, which is very, very useful. I can also go to File and then go to Export. And here, when I select GIF, I have more control over it. So I can choose the file size, or rather the resolution. And I can also make the transparent background, choose the time to spend on each slide, and then control the slides that I would like. Similarly, in the video option, I can choose the resolution of the video that we want and the time spent on each one of the pages or the slides. Now, in the change file type, we have the option to save it as a JPEG. So when I go to save as, it will ask me, let me first select my destination, and it will ask me if I want to save the current slide or all the slides. When we select all the slides, you will notice that a folder has been created with one single JPEG for all the slides that we have. Very easy to work with. Now, sometimes you might want to send the PowerPoint in a way that it's very accessible to the user. For this, I will save as and select PPSX, which is a PowerPoint show. What this does is, let me save it on my desktop. Close this and then reopen it. Because this is a PowerPoint show, when I double click on it, it directly opens in the slideshow mode, right? For this, I'll have to turn over to my second monitor to be able to show this to you. As you can see, everyone, it has directly opened in the PowerPoint slideshow mode. And if you press Escape, it will close. Essentially, you will not be able to edit the PowerPoint. And it's an easier way for you to send across the PowerPoint to other people to be able to consume it. Do keep in mind that this is not a true protection feature, because if somebody opens that PowerPoint from a blank PowerPoint, they will still be able to edit it. And that is why I want to tell you the final option as to how you will protect your PowerPoint. So I go to File and Save As, and I will again save it on my desktop. But this time I will select Tools and General Options. And in this, we have a 2-level password. So the first level password allows us to open the file, and the second level password allows us to modify the file. I'm just going to keep the password as O and M. We'll have to put the passwords one more time. So O and M. Save it on the desktop. And as you can see, when I reopen it, it will ask me for the password. If the person does not have level 1 password, of course, you can't do anything. So let me put in O. Now it will ask me, do I have the second level password or not? Assuming you don't have the second level password, you don't have a choice but to click on read only. And when you do that, you can see that all the options have been grayed out. So the person can't make any changes. You can't right click, copy the slide, move it around, add any shape, object, text on top of it. So this is great when you would like others to be able to see the animations that you have used, but you don't want them to be able to make changes to your PowerPoint. Hi, everyone. In this lecture, we will look at how to present your PowerPoint. So we will look at the presenter mode, custom slideshows, using shortcuts while presenting, and also slide transitions. Let us start with the last topic first. Right now, when I go from one slide to the next. Let me just set my monitor to my primary monitor. Now, when I go from one slide to the next, it just moves like this. There's nothing special about it. What I would like to do here is to have some transition effect that comes. So I'm going to press Ctrl A and select all my slides. And then in transitions, we have a lot of options available. So other than MORPH, which is used for a different reason, we have already covered that. You can use any of the others. Let's take a few examples. If I go to flip, the slide flips like this. And then in the effect options, I can also choose the direction and the duration. So for example, if I set the duration to 2.5, it is like this. And like this, there are many options available. Some of them might be quite impractical for a professional presentation, for example, the origami. But then some of them I really like. So I personally like the orbit, the fly through, the window, rotate, conveyor, the pan, doors, cube, gallery, flip, switch. So there are a lot of them. And of course, your taste might be different to mine. So definitely have a look at all the different options that you have. As you can see, this is the switch. The next thing I want to show you is how, when you present, you have a few options that are given. So when I go full screen, I can use certain shortcuts. To see the list of shortcuts, you can press F1 and you can see the shortcuts that you have, especially the one for ink and laser pointer. So Control P for pen, Control I for highlighter, Control A for arrow, Control E for eraser, Control M for show or hide the ink marker, E to erase all the drawings on the screen, and Control L for laser pointer. For example, Control L is a laser pointer, Control A is an arrow, I is a highlighter, Control E will give you the eraser. Then you also have a B that allows you to turn the screen black, W to turn the screen white. And you can also use plus and minus to zoom in and zoom out. And if you press minus one more time, it will go to this mode from where you can select the particular slide you want. There is also a Control S that allows you to jump to any slide like this. And then there is a hidden shortcut, which is that you can just simply type a number and press enter. For example, I can press 1 followed by 2 followed by enter, and that will jump me to the 12th slide. That's very seamless. The other option you have is to use the presenter view. What that does is, let me turn it to my automatic. Okay. So this is what you will see as the presenter. And when you are presenting it using a projector, the audience will see the complete presentation like the slideshow. But you and only you can see the notes that you have written. You can see a preview of the next slide as well. And a few other options are here. For example, you can see all the slides. You can turn the screen black. You can toggle subtitles as well. So by turning the subtitles to on, as you speak, it will automatically create subtitles for you. And a few other options, right? So you have the option for black and white, subtitle settings, where would you like the subtitles to appear? And then in the first option, you have the pen, laser pointer, highlighter. You can change the color and also change the arrow. There is also a timer here, which is very handy, that allows you to check how much time you have spent on each slide. And you can also reset it if you want. All right, the next thing I want to show you is how you can use the custom slideshow. Now we have 20 slides with us, but maybe you just want to present 5 of them to the manager. How are you going to do that? Because either you hide all the slides that you don't want to present, but that's also going to take you a bit of effort. The correct way to do this would be to set up custom slideshow. And what we can do here is, let me set up a custom slideshow. I can make a custom show and I will call it manager. And here I only want to select the first 3 and the final 2 slides and add it. Press OK. And now when I want to present it to the manager, I don't press F5. We go to manager, and this way only slide number 1, 2, 3, and then the final 19 and 20 will appear. Like this, you can create multiple custom slideshows as well.